Everybody has places to go, but not everyone has a way to get there. What if there were an easy way to get everybody where they need to be? What if there were one resource for all of the transportation needs in our community? What if we could move up to a better way to get people where they need to be? Welcome to a better way of getting around. With Move Up, all of your transportation options are in the palm of your hand with a mobile app that allows you to get where you want to go. Okay, there are lots of options for getting a ride, but this ride service is special because it offers answers to the collective needs of our community. Who needs a ride? Going to the airport or train station? Done. Need a lift to get some groceries, go to the bank or post office? Done. Need non-emergency medical transport to your doctor's appointment? Done. Need a ride for your child? Done. What if you want to take your dog or your bike with you? Done. You get the idea. But how does it work? There are basically 3 types of riders: regular folks with no special needs, children and adults who need assistance, people who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation. The people with no special needs can use Move Up just like they would a cab or a service like Uber or Lyft. Why choose Move Up? Because participation in the program helps support the overall community by keeping the drivers busy so the network can grow. Children and adults who need assistance can choose among the drivers who have been carefully screened to be able to handle non-emergency medical transport, assist with the elderly and handicapped, and to transport children with their parents' permission. People who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation can enroll in one of the community programs that will pay for their ride. The driver gets paid just like with any other passenger. We can all move up to the next generation of ride-hailing and transportation if we all get involved. To learn how you can become a part of the solution, join MoveUpLynchburg.org today.
All right, everybody. Welcome back. We're back to the stream. We're into part 2 of our stream now. We are right around 6 hours and 12 minutes elapsed in the race. Now 6:13. We're going to be live for the next roughly 12 hours. I think we get per chapter in YouTube, as it were. We'll probably pull down the stream before that when we get to the point where we're going to be dark. There will be a period of darkness, not only at Circuit de la Sarthe, but also on our stream. Joining me, Colin Tabor, in the booth now is Tom Binloss, our head honcho of the V.E.C. He's been doing all the heavy lifting, getting this amazing series together for everybody, and now he joins us on the stream.
Hello, how's it going?
Welcome. So we're in live chat, and we're going to be able to pick up with an interview shortly. We're going to have an interview with the Aquiver Motorsports team, and then perhaps another team after that. So we're trying to ramp up our interest levels. Right now, we have we'll give an update on the standings in each class. So in LMP1, we have Fuga Simsport, who's ahead of the Freedom Maple Syrup car. Now 1 minute 9 seconds ahead of the Freedom car. The Freedom team had a little bit of a spin coming into the pits for one of the pit stops. On the pit entry, actually, they spun out and had to recover from that. They did get into the pit lane, but incurred a 40-second stop and go for an unsafe entry to the pit lane, which is a penalty automatically assigned by the race server. And they got into their pit stall, which is the good news. Now we have Alexander Davidson's taken over the car, and they're back on course, running in second place still.
They've had a really consistent race so far at Freedom, so I'm pretty bummed out for them that they've had that kind of small incident. But I reckon, they've definitely got the talent behind that wheel to bring them back up into P1. But I mean, Fuga have really been showing some strong pace, as has Indy Autosport White, especially when they've got Lockie Brown behind the wheel. I reckon that could be a very interesting end of the race. The last few hours could be really something to watch.
That's right, and we had been looking at that battle of Indy's Autosport White to get back on the lead lap and stay there, and they at one point were 2.5 minutes or so, or 2:45 behind the leader, which is, as you know, with the lap being around 3:12 to 3:15, best case in LMP1, but that's a solid margin. But now they're showing a full lap down again. They've got Drew Becker in the car right now, running fourth. Yeah. In fact, I see him on the stream right now.
Brilliant.
We now have Marcus in the waiting room, so I'm going to just go in and open the door and let him in. Just give me a second.
No problem. So currently, Aquiva is running in P1 for LMP2 class. Looks like they're just being passed at the moment, but now joining us here.
Marcos Soholm.
Thereabout.
Probably butchering your pronunciation of your name, and we'd also like to start out with the pronunciation of your team name.
Oh yeah. So my name is Marcus Søholm, is a weird Danish letter, and the team name is Aquiva Motorsports.
Okay, Aquiva. That's what I thought it was, but we had, everyone take kind of sees that word and goes, "Oh my God, I don't pronounce it."
Aquiva, yeah.
Right.
You're right. It's kind of interesting. Yeah.
So how's the race been for you so far? Can you tell us a little?
It's been quite lovely, the race. So we qualified kind of badly, actually, really in ninth place, because the second lap got a little bit interrupted by some interesting stuff that happened there. But we got a relatively clean start. Had a bit of contact on lap one, but nothing significant. And then we just slowly made our way up. We went to third, second at some point, and then after that, the guys in front made some mistakes, and now we are vibing, chilling in the lead, not pushing or anything, not taking the biggest risks, and hopefully making it through the night.
Yeah, it's a long way to go yet. We've been watching you guys kind of trading places with the Give Me My Fish Back guys and the LMP boys. So hopefully that's a lot of fun. What else about your stint has been? How's the traffic been out there? Can you comment on that? I mean, what's your experience been so far?
we've had a couple of incidents actually with some actually mostly the LMP cars. We haven't really had a lot with the GT cars. I think they are behaving quite nicely, as well as the LMP cars, but we've had a couple of LMP2 cars, one of them who lifted, in the Quebec curves, which was quite interesting. So we kind of made him go to the moon, but nothing significant because we couldn't go anywhere. But other than that, I think the traffic's been nice.
Right. Good. Okay. So tell me a little bit about the team. Where's everybody from, and what's kind of you guys? How did you guys get to know each other or find each other?
Ooh, that's interesting. So the team started with me actually dropping out, and then one of my friends joining in. These guys racing here. One of them is my friend Kai, who I won the 24-hour Le Mans with, the official one earlier this year. I was in GT. Another one's Hugh, who joined early on in the years. Both of them are from England. Quite interesting, of course. I'm loving the LMP2 car as well, because we all think that's an amazing car. Then there's me, who I'm actually driving with the Greenlandish flag this weekend, because I have origins in Greenland, but I live in Denmark now. And last one is Matthias, who's also Danish, who joined for Le Mans this year early as well, and has made a lot of improvement actually over the last year. So. This is the first race with kind of our team, in the team.
And anybody in the team have any real life driving experience?
We have a couple of British F4 drivers for next year. Kai, for example, driving this year, and then we also have another one called Georgie. Yeah, I think that's about it. We also have a couple of we have one driving for Charles Leclerc Carton team in real life, and then I do some Carton as well. And then a lot of people doing rental Carton, of course, but Carton.
Okay.
Rental Carton.
And how many drivers are you fielding for this race? How many drivers to complete the 24 hours?
Oh, in this race we only have our one car with these 4 drivers in. But yeah, and
so 4 drivers.
I
guess what I was getting at is how some people have 6, some people I've seen 3.
Yeah, 4 drivers in this race.
So roughly 6 hours each, I guess. Then.
Yeah, they're about.
All right. Well, that's good. Well, we appreciate you guys joining and supporting the series with your presence, and let us know how your experience is after the race. I'm pretty sure we'll have some kind of survey just so we can get some reaction from everybody to understand what we could improve and what went well and not so well and all those kinds of things.
Yeah, well, until now, I think it's going quite nicely. So.
Well, that's good. Going well for you guys, that's for sure. So I wish you the best and hope that you'll be able to maintain the lead throughout the race. If with luck on your side, I know you've got a stint coming up, so I'll let you go. Yeah. But appreciate you taking a few minutes to chat with us.
Yeah, cheers, man. Thanks for having me.
All right, cheers.
Bye.
All right, so there we are hearing from Marcus Soholm of the Danish team at Quiver Motorsports.
Yeah, they've had a really interesting race, and it's kind of been pretty nice to just see them methodically make their way through the field. As he said, starting in P9, I believe it was, and coming through now to P1. It's been a bit of a journey for them, but clearly one that's panning out at the moment. We still is 18 hours to go, but let's just hope for their sake that they can keep that pace up.
Yep. Well, you were actually, I think, showing their driver now, Hugh Cox, who's in the car. I'm seeing him on the stream right now.
Yes.
He recently set their fastest lap at a 3:30.8 for an LMP2, which is quite a good lap. Track now completely dark. It looks like we've finally passed kind of the sunset phase and into darkness, which obviously can be a challenge.
Definitely, it has got dark very quickly here, and the track temperature is slowly beginning to fall. We're now at 23 degrees Celsius on the track, and the weather outside is at 21. So I think it's going to start to get quite cold throughout the night. I mean, at the moment, it's 10 o'clock in game, so there's still time for it to get colder, which could be an interesting thing, as teams have to really kind of fight with grip limits. Could be becoming an issue, but at the same time, tyres will last longer, so there could be some interesting strategies coming into play here.
Absolutely. And I wanted to continue my sort of cruise through the field by alphabetical means. Now I want to highlight EVP Escuela Virtual Pilotos, which is a team. Looks like right now they've fielded 4 drivers so far in the race. Anyway, right now running in 18th overall, 8 laps down from the LMP2 lead. They've clearly run into some issues, but you get to a certain point in the race, and it's like, who hasn't had any issues?
Exactly.
Only the guys in the very front. Alberto led off the team, and then Axel took the wheel, and Gerard for the last bunch of laps, and then we got Axel back in the car right now.
So Axel did a really short stint there, didn't he? Going from lap 23 to 31.
Yeah, that could be just one go in the car, I suppose. They're in the LMP2. I thought the LMP2 gets about 11 laps a stint, so that doesn't seem like a full stint to me, but maybe there was some issue.
Could be a little more. I believe, from an LMP1 standpoint, I think it's about 12 to 13 laps. The HPD
that's what we've been seeing.
About 14 laps.
Yeah, we've been seeing about 11 lap stints from the LMP2s, and even shorter for the LMP1s, more like 7 or 8 laps. Just due to the length of the track, I believe. These guys are having a great, hopefully having a good time in their race. I'm not sure they're having a great race. But they're, again, the sort of spirit of competition and people soldiering through the things that befall them in these races. It generates a lot of respect from me and a lot of admiration, and it's part of the experience, soldiering through.
I definitely agree with that. I mean, we've had quite a few incidents in this race where cars have been unfortunately put down quite a few laps, but there's nothing to say that something isn't going to happen up the field from them to help them gain a few places, and every point counts at this point so early in the season. There's a
Yep.
pretty, there's a big there's a big change between points, and just clawing back a few more points could really help them. So
Yeah, looking at my
great to see
biographical
them.
info on them. Sorry to cut you off slightly there, but they all hail from Spain. It looks like, and Alberto Glazapo in particular is a karting driver and a winner of the National Spain Karting Championship. So
Wow.
that's very cool.
That's good stuff to hear. It's definitely going to show, I hope.
He's not getting the best chance to show it this time, but I'm sure that he started the race for them. He may be, he's a very strong driver, clearly, based on
Definitely,
his experience.
yeah. He's set
right?
the fastest lap for that team, 3:33.3. So it's nothing to turn your nose up at, really. If we're looking
Next,
through
I want
the
to
other... Oh, sorry.
I was going to highlight Exiled Virtual Motorsports. They are a LMP1 team. They're currently shown as last in class, unfortunately, 14 laps down, with Henry Handy, Chris Bourne, Nick Curry, and Darian Roy. They're as well as Mark Bowe. They're primarily from UK, but with one Canadian. Darian is a Canadian. We'll still let him race, even though he's but they're not having the best of days either. Sorry to say.
No, they've had a pretty unfortunate event with a LMP2 pile-up on the way to Indianapolis, where there was a slight punt and a car going skyward, which unfortunately they had no option really, just to kind of plow through them. There was no escaping.
Yeah.
Which, from what I've heard, they've lost a lot of speed, and the car is pretty much undrivable at this point. Unfortunately, without having any fast repairs, there's not really much that can be done at this point for them.
Yep. Let's just check our interview waiting room. Is there anybody there? No. We were expecting one more person, but timing has been a bit of an issue as we had to reboot the stream. So we will follow up on that as soon as we can. Right now, I'm going to focus on FFW Kislenko Racing. They are running in 15th in the LMP2 class right now, 3 laps down. They are a Central Eastern Europe club of iRacing. Dmitry Ivanov currently in the car with Sergei Soldatov and Kirill Lobanov, Vladislav Polyakov. They're team members. I'm thinking Russian, but we'll see. We appreciate them joining the series today. Their best lap of the day has been set by
Kirill, I believe it was a 3:32 dead.
All right, well done. Yes, there it is. And he's the one who started the race, and Dmitry has taken the second stint, and the other 2 drivers presumably yet to jump in the car. Thank you to them for joining. Their livery is a nice yellow highlights on a black and white livery.
Yeah, I think that's one thing to highlight from this. We've had some absolutely brilliant liveries in this race so far. I've had a few personal favourites, maybe one from someone we've just spoken to, but it'd definitely be hard to pick a favourite out of all of them.
Yeah, there's a lot. Maybe we should have an extra point awarded for the best livery. I don't know. That might be going beyond the normal,
that could be a bit
parameters, but I do want to call your attention, Tom. There's something going on with the overlay right now. The relative overlay, the comparative, it seems to be laying on top of the standings. That's what I'm seeing on the mainstream. So I do want to call that to your attention if you can address it, because you're the man who has the host computer.
Yeah, unfortunately, I've had quite a few technical issues on this stream. Typical kind of fashion where it's worked perfectly in all of the tests, and then it comes to the actual run and nothing works. We're unsure. There's a lot of people showing as being in the pits a lot of the time, which is just not accurate. But this is something we will definitely address for the next
No,
stream.
I'm talking about the
possibly.
visual layover. They're overlapping each other. If you
Got it.
can look into it, maybe you can just move them.
Which one's that? Sorry,
The one that shows the two drivers and the distance between them. It's over on the left. It's overlapping the
Let me
standings.
just pop that up. It doesn't look to be doing it for me at the moment. Let me just
Look at the actual stream if you don't mind. Just take a look at the live stream. Freaky Fast Racing, I'll highlight these guys. They participated in our test race earlier this month, or last month technically. Yeah, they're running right now in 8th place, so very respectable 8th overall in LMP2. Just one lap down to the leader. And Thomas Seyfarth is in the car right now. He's joined by teammates Christian Rumpelnick, Mark Winkler, Dennis Manke, Mario Wehrhan. They're from the Germany club. And again, doing quite well. Their fast lap was done by Thomas at 3:32 dead, and that was on lap 97. They're currently working lap 105 of their race. Christian started the race, and their grid spot at the start was a 21st overall, and now running 15th overall, which is 8th place in class. And their livery is a pretty spectacular, multicolored livery with nice impressionistic painting. You must have some talented guys in the garage there.
Sorry to suddenly jump in and ask the silly question, but which team is this we're talking about?
Oh, we're talking about
Freaky. Freaky Fast, yeah, with all the paint spots over it.
Oh, I figured out why I'm seeing that. I sent you on a goose chase, my friend.
I was looking
probably
through
know that by now. I don't know how it could have even possibly changed, but yeah, it's on me.
Like I said,
I have App Engineer open on my computer too, and that's what it was.
I see.
Such a bloody idiot.
Well, hopefully this is something we can definitely
That's something we can fix. Yeah, that's something I can fix on my end. Right now, looking at the first place, Josh Ladd on Give Me My Fishback Racing. They seem to have the showing in first right there. They've definitely been in the running up there at the front of the LMP2 field. I want to take a quick look.
It looks like a Quiver has just pitted.
A Quiver is coming out of the pits at this moment, Marcus, who we just spoke to.
Yeah, our boy is in the car.
Yep. And looking at Give Me My Fishback, they are, looks like they just exited one of the chicanes on the back straight on the main Mulsanne straight, and so they're got a decent lead now. But it will doubtless kind of flip-flop based on the pit cycle.
Definitely. Just going back to a Quiver again, I think that's definitely contention on one of my favorite liveries. The rainbows at the bottom it's very, very colorful and up my street.
Yeah, a lot of inspiration for you, Mr. Binloss, who I'm definitely known to do a few liveries.
A few very weird liveries for myself, so I think there'll be a new wave of those coming out soon.
Nice. From
inspiration from some of this.
That's right. Well, looking at the Give Me My Fishback Racing, right now they've got Josh Ladd in the car, and he's set a 3:28.5, which is quite competitive for LMP2. They do seem to be making up a little time, and this is, in fact, I believe, the fastest lap of the race from any LMP2. So that's a nice accomplishment. Do we have extra points for that accomplishment?
Unfortunately not. The only extra points on offer are for the lowest incident points.
Lowest incident points.
Class.
And let's take a look at who that
finish
is.
In the top 10.
Incident points, cars with 0. Are Race Esports, the 399 car in the I think it's a GTE, and LMP2's Reaper Racing also has 0 incidents. There's a bunch with under 10, but those guys are so far in contention for that extra. What is it? 5 points?
Off the top of my head, I believe it is 5 points. Yes.
Up, give me my Fishback Racing is now in the pits, so we're about to see potentially a change of lead.
Let's see if
Again,
we can find out where a quiver is on the track.
yeah, as I pick him up on track on my server, he's looks like he's entering the Porsche curves.
Yeah,
just now.
Just coming through to Indianapolis right now. So this could be pretty tight, depending on what kind of pit strategy. Giving my Fishback.
Right? Are they taking tires or not? Right.
As you know, a quiver have just done a driver swap as well, which does add time.
Well, yeah, if they unless they're taking tires, I think in that case it wouldn't. But absolutely.
Given my Fishback still in the pits at this point.
Yeah, the LMP boys has also seemed to have overtaken the Quiver team during the cycle of in laps, out laps. But it'll all cycle through. Josh Ladd exiting the pits now. Give me my Fishback.
Like a Quiver is just coming up to the final chicanes now, about to go past the pit entry, so they have lost P1.
Yep. Now I see they potentially have, right behind them coming through the chicanes. It looks like, these guys. I'm sorry. At night, it's hard to figure out where people are on the course. The Quiver is now in fourth as TC Corsa Esports W is up ahead of them.
It really is changing at the moment, isn't it?
They're in the Dunlop curves. Now entering the Mulsanne Straight, or Hunadier as it's called. LMP boys, let's see where they are. They are now yeah, they're entering the Mulsanne Straight right now. So Peter Zuba in the car for LMP boys, showing a second. That said,
he is currently behind a Quiver by about 10 seconds.
Yeah. Okay. So these positions that we're seeing on the screen are going to change based on what happens when they next cross the line.
Yeah, I think I'm surprised actually at the kind of strategies that have come in place from the pit teams. Normally, there's quite a bit of a spread I find in these races, but a lot of people seem to be running the same pit strategy, so clearly a good one.
Well, yeah, I mean, as we look on the front runners, hopefully those are the guys who will be around the same time, having not run into any trouble yet. I feel like that's the thing that sets people off, is once something happens and they have to make an unscheduled stop, then they diverge in strategy. But we've seen other people make choices and calculations, especially in shorter races. You can make a more sure calculation and shorten one stint early to get yourself into clear air.
Definitely. I think the bigger issue that we found is that towards the end of the race, you're coming up to your last 10 minutes and you may need to do a splash and dash. And that can really, really hurt some places, as other teams are kind of seeing that and responding. And there's a lot of kind of pre-planning that has to go in place on that front.
Yep. So give me my Fishback now shown in first, and second is TC Corsa is actually second on track right now, if I'm not mistaken. They're only 7 seconds back on the live relative from the. Give me
That's
my fish car. Yes. And then the LMP boys are behind the Quiver car by about 11 seconds right now. So very interesting watching it all play out.
Definitely. I wonder if TC Corsa are going to have to pit at this point. I'm not entirely sure what their pit strategy is at this point, but it looks like they are going past. Oh, no, they have just pitted.
Yes.
So bring a Quiver back up into P2. Roughly 24 seconds behind Give Me My Fish. So on a pace perspective, giving my fish, they have ran the fastest lap now for LMP2. I've managed to open Race Labs to get that information, thankfully. They have put a 3:28.5, which is by quite a margin, appears to be the fastest lap. The closest one that we can see appears to be a 3:30. Oh no, pardon me, a 3:29.9. So quite a lot of pace there from these guys.
Yeah, they're turning it on. The lad seems to have some pace.
Hey! We'll pretend you didn't say that one.
Going through the field, continuing through Freedom Maple Syrup, since we're in the Fs. We've been talking about them quite a bit on the broadcast as they've been running in first or second the whole race in the LMP1 class overall, and they are right now running lap 117. That's how many laps on the race so far. With 6 minutes 41 elapsed. 6 hours 41 minutes. Oof. Rather. Yeah, 6 minutes elapsed. It went fast, man. It went so slow.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're as far as we know, they're a 3-man team, so that's a lot of driving, 8 hours each.
That is a huge note, yeah.
So, and as we heard from Craig King in his interview earlier, he's been kind of drafted into the team at the last minute, and so relearning the LMP1s. But they're doing great. So that's fantastic. They're again UK, a couple of UK drivers along with someone from Mid-South America club.
Yeah, again, they also hold the fastest lap for their class, a 3-minute 12.6, which is very impressive in an LMP1. But I wonder what kind of times we're going to see towards the end of the race.
Right.
If we head back to the pre-season testing, I think Lottie Brown did a 3:10, I believe, on the last lap of the race.
Yeah. Continuing through alphabetically, Fuga Sim Sport LMP1. They're in the lead overall right now. Of course, we've been talking about them all throughout the session, and they're having a great run with Pierre Benoit Lemire having started the race. Rick Verbeesen, the second driver, who's now back in the car after Pierre's second stint. Rick has just re-entered the car about 5 laps ago. Maybe we should. I don't know if Pierre has English, but we could maybe see if we can speak to him.
Definitely, yeah. Sure, we can send him a message. They've been quite an interesting team to watch, as they did, they gridded up in P8 after setting a 3:24.6. I'd love to hear from them to see what actually happened in the qualifying, because that's clearly not a representative time of what they can do. So it'll be great to hear from them. Are you going to send them a message for that? Or
yeah, let me reach out. Cool. Carry on.
Just on stream there, we can see them going through the Porsche curves, coming up to the start straight line. The car behind them, obviously being Freedom Maple Syrup, who has just gone through Indianapolis, so there is a real nice gap there of about 45 to 50 seconds. I do have to wonder on pit strategy to see if maybe that's played any hand in that, but we'll have to see how the race develops at the moment. And of course, behind Freedom Maple Syrup by another pretty large margin is Garage 69, a team who managed to grid up in P4 in LMP1 and are now about 2 minutes behind the leader. We'll just see if we can get them on the stream there. Car number 690. Here we go. Here we can see them now coming on their way to the Porsche curves. See if we can get some more information from them. So far it appears to have been a 2-man team of Tobias Cantert and Matthias Vasser, I want to say, who have been splitting the team between the two of them, and they are currently on lap 117. So that's quite a lot of laps to do between two guys there, I think.
Yep, they also have Matthias and Juan Carlos on the team, who have been on the server but not connected at the moment.
Let's hope we hear from them soon.
Everyone will have to take their turn. I messaged Pierre. We'll see if he comes to the driver interview waiting room. Not sure, if he's a Quebecois and doesn't have any strong English. He may wish not to, or may also be helping to spot for his team. So there's only 2 of them on the server at the moment. So having covered Garage 69 number 1, that's an LMP1 car. We have also Garage 69 plus 1, which one assumes is the same team, but they're GTE counterparts. They're running in 15th overall, driving the Chevy. And right now, Mark Peck is in the car. And he's from the UK club. They've also got Jacob Okmanski from the Central Eastern Europe club, and Norbert Nocek from German club, as well as Bart Lecater from Benelux club. So a European team by and large.
Yeah, definitely a European team. I think the whole Garage 69 club is mainly based in Europe, so pretty local to myself at the very least. Not quite as local for you.
No, that's right. And fast lap was set by the opening stint by Bart Lecater with a 350.8 there in the Corvette. They're driving a nice yellow livery, which is very reminiscent of the classic Corvette livery in all the sports car series in the U.S. as well as abroad. And happy to have them in the field. We're again running 15th, 3 laps down. They've still got cars, to compete with for sure. Currently ran a 353 on their last lap, and there's a they're like I said, they're relatively got some cars in proximity around the same number of laps down, but not immediately competing with anybody at the moment.
They do appear to be in a bit of a lull at the moment in terms of track position, but I think they've got a further 3 cars on the same lap as them, and then quite a few cars. I'm just trying to count. 6 cars 1 lap ahead of them. So definitely not out for the count, and there's some still really good points that they could be picking up if they just keep their kind of nose clean and just keep on as they are. I think they've been a pretty clean car this far in the race. Just looking at the moment, they've had 8 incident points as we are very quickly closing on the 7-hour mark.
Yeah, why don't you tell us, give us a quick rundown on the points system here in the series, if you don't mind.
Certainly. Let me just. I'm definitely not having to look this up. I know this. So what we are doing at the moment is obviously we have 3 classes, and we're going to give the top 10 of each class points, and then 5 points to the lowest incident in that class, on the premise that they finish the race and come in the top 10. So if you come first, you get 20 points. If you come second, you get 15 points. Third is 12. Fourth is 10. 5 is 9th, and so on as it kind of progresses downwards, with 10th getting 4 points. So there's quite a few points to be had on from there, and what we're doing at the end of this is obviously the team that scores the most points will win the championship for that class and be rewarded with a pretty nice reward, which will hopefully kind of motivate people to carry on with the races and just put things behind them if needs be and keep gunning for the points.
Great. We have someone in our interview waiting room. I'm going to go check it out. I'll be right back. And we'll probably have an interview in a moment.
Excellent stuff. Basically, Timon Berens from Cable Motorsports. Let's see if he wants to come and have a quick chat with us, see if we can get a little bit of information on them. Actually, a team in potential contention with Garage 69 plus 1 as they are running in P13. May have been a little miscommunication there from ourselves as they appear to have moved out of the waiting room, but we'll wait to see what my colleague Colin has to say on that.
Sorry, false alarm. Someone was looking for the race control waiting. And, so we will carry on here. Exiled has retired. I'm seeing in the chat. This may be slightly old news, but they're gutted. Yeah, a difficult day.
It's a shame to hear, actually. It's obviously a shame to hear any cars retired from the race. But I believe Exiled were, like I think we mentioned this earlier, they were really kind of caught out by that incident with the LMP2 cars, where one was sent skyward earlier in the race. Unfortunately, an unavoidable crash for Exiled, but let's hope that they'll be able to get some more practice in and really kind of claw back points that they may have missed out on in our next race in Barcelona.
Yeah. So continuing through the field with Colin Tabor. Give Me My Fishback Racing has had plenty of airtime so far as they're fighting for the lead and currently holding the lead in the LMP2 class with Aquifer Motorsports currently shown as 25 seconds back. Give Me My Fishback is a UK team. I would love to hear the reason or the logic behind the team name. Got Josh Ladd, Adam State, Tom Edwards, and Dean Woods. Josh is a pro driver for Yaz Heat, and apparently has an 8300 I rating, which is quite high. Wow. And then a couple other guys from this team. Adam State drives for Whipperman Racing. And Josh has been on the service since 2014, which is quite a long time at this point, 6 years. Yeah, so good
maybe
for them.
They're having a good day. Let's maybe see if we can get some an interview with one of those guys just to see if they can explain the name really above anything else.
Yeah,
I believe Tom Edwards did a quick stint, so I'll see if I can get some communication rolling with him.
You're going to ping him? Okay, great.
I'll give him a ping.
Next, I want to talk about Hexa Racing Team Purple. They're running 6th spot in the GTE class right now. They're almost 3 minutes behind the lead, but their fastest lap is a 3:49.4 roughly. Right now, Maxime Groult is in the car. Guillaume Kempfer led off, and then Christophe Meunier was the second driver, and Maxime got in the car on lap 85. Right now, they're running lap 103. And I would guess he's on his second fuel stint. It looks like they're getting about 11 laps per stint themselves. They are driving the Ferrari, and they are right now the highest placed Ferrari in the class, having just overshot one of the corners actually. But, in a long race like this, small errors are going to happen to everybody. It's really how you deal with them.
It's everybody's going to make a few mistakes. I think this track is pretty forgiving, especially with incident points. You'll mainly get a slowdown for anything as opposed to an incident point, which is probably a good thing. Because it's a 24-hour race, we've given the teams a 70-point limit on getting incident points. At which point they'll be given a drive-through penalty, and then they'll be given further drive-through penalties for every 20 points after that. So keeping it nice and low is going to be a really good way of just, keeping your time low. Just taking a quick look now to see if there's any teams getting close to that, which there doesn't appear to be. Currently, the team with the most incident points has 34 incident points. which is, I mean, pretty low at this point. Considering we're at nearly hour 7, so that is. I'm trying to do some quick maths here. Not my strong suit. Really not a strong suit of
we're
mine.
almost at hour 7. We got 5 minutes to go, and soon we'll be a third of the way through the race at one an 8-hour mark, right?
Yeah, that's pretty quick. Well, it's very insane to think that it's been a pretty quick start to the race. As talking from my own perspective, I spent a lot of time in the race director's room, going over incidents and handing out penalties where necessary, which has been a pretty busy job at the start. But I'm just keeping an eye on the incident report sheet, which appears to be slowing down quite slowly now, as I think drivers are settling into the rhythm, just to kind of get ready overnight and chill out, as it were.
Right. So continuing through the field, I'm going to talk now about the Indy Autosport team. They've got 2 entries in today's race, one in LMP1 class and one in LMP2. We've spoken a little bit about Indy Autosport White in the LMP1 class. Currently at the wheel is Drew Becker, who looks like he may have just done a pit stop. But he's been in the car since lap 98, and now they're at lap 120. They've been flirting with getting back on the lead lap for quite some time. Right now, they are not on the lead lap. They're in 4th place, and their fast lap is a 3:14.669, which was set on lap 95 by Daniel Sivasabo. Their team is, as far as I can see, based out of perhaps Indiana, which is Drew Becker's club. Actually, but the team is widely spread. Daniel is from Central Eastern Europe, and Lucky Brown from Australia, New Zealand club. That's the 3 drivers who have appeared on our roster so far for Indy Autosport White. Moving on to Indy Autosport Red, so far the 4 drivers: Kevin Kittleman, who's currently in the car, Max Wolf, Adam Coles, and Derek Holland. They are running in 14th overall, just 2 laps down from the class lead. And so not having a bad day. They're in a decent position. I feel that if you can stay within a couple laps of the lead and survive, that you will definitely move up. I would say, top 10 is even possible for them. Although we'll see.
I think it's definitely potential. Looking through them now, there's quite a lot of teams in that class where they're all about a lap down, with exception of the top 5. Everyone has been lapped by Giving My Fish Back Racing. Right.
And just to talk a little bit about the Autosport Red team, we've got Max Wolf is one of the team members. He started the race. He's 18 years old from the Netherlands, and racing in karts for about 8 years. So since he was 10 years old.
Wow.
It's great. Studying automotive engineering, and he hopes to get a job in the racing scene. Drew Becker, who we were just talking about, is an active duty U.S. Army paratrooper living in Fort Bragg, North Carolina at the moment, although he's in the Indiana club. Interesting stuff from those guys.
That's a very diverse crowd there. It'd be very interesting to hear from them and just kind of get their perspective on how the race has gone for them and where they feel there could be some improvements on their own race as well as in general.
Mm-hmm. And Lockie Brown says that he's been playing racing games since he was about 5. So that I'm trying to picture that someone, I know they start in karting early, so why not? Probably even safer to do it in sim racing. But
definitely.
Yeah.
I think it shows with Lockie. He is, he's someone I think we're going to need to really keep an eye out. Like I've said before, especially towards the end of the race, where he's just got some absolute pure speed, which is going to really, really pay dividends for that team. I wouldn't be surprised to see Lockie in Indy Sport White. up on the podium.
We'll see. They've got a few other team members, and they've got a long way to go, and definitely anything can happen at any moment.
Yes.
Let's just double check a few things here. I hope everyone's enjoying. Oh, we have Ryan waiting in the waiting room. We're going to bring him in for an interview. Let me just go talk to him briefly. I'll be right back.
Brilliant. So that's Ryan from Porsche Sport. Let's just see if we can get some information on how they're doing at the moment. So they appear to be in P4 for the GTE class, which is pretty competitive at this point. There's been some really close racing on the GTE front. It looks like Porsche Sport has been lapped, but we don't know if that's from a kind of a pits perspective or something else. Just see if we can get those guys up on the street.
Yeah, we're going to welcome Ryan Parkins from Porsche eSport, I believe. Is that right?
Yes, Porsche Sport, yeah.
Porsche Sport. I see that E in the middle, and I think eSports, but it's not, right? I'll register that eventually.
It's Porsche Sport's actually a website which just deals in all Porsche Sport news, all motorsport around the world that's going on. That's kind of how it started, and then we decided to do an esports team.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, I see. And how's the race been going for you guys so far?
Great, I think. It's good. Me and Josh Camm's in the car right now. We've been doing 2 hours on and off. And then once Josh is done, we've got another B team coming in, and they're doing the night stuff. It's going well. I think we've just made some small mistakes, as you do. On my own, I made probably about a minute worth of mistakes in my 4 hours I've done. But it is what it is. It's still a race. We haven't got any damage. Just slowly working our way up. So 15 lap stints, which we think is the best way to go. I think the other two cars around us are doing 14, and I think Bro Sim are doing 15. So it's quite interesting. Who's gonna...
Right, as that plays out over the 24 hours, it's certainly going to have an effect.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not sure, like, because you could be quicker just doing 14 laps if you can really smash them out, or you can save fuel, use a bit of time. But yeah, it kind of, we're currently offset by 6 laps compared to the other
that's
guys around us.
interesting. I saw that effect from you guys as well in the last race, because I was completely fooled. You guys came out of nowhere in my mind to win during the test race, which is much shorter, I guess 2 or 3 hours if I recall. But it's good. Around this track, a lap is a big deal, right? I mean, it's interesting. It must be sort of naturally right around the limit of 14, 15 laps, and if you have a slightly softer foot, you might, smoother style, you may be getting the 15.
Yeah, and it also depends on traffic as well, because if you get in the GTE cars, if you get, say, 2 or 3 well-timed LMP2 cars, they can pull you along a little bit, and then you can save a little bit there, or if not, you can just lift off the gas and save fuel that way, or holes.
Right.
Smaller,
I gotcha.
Smaller things slowly build up to make it is such a long lap. It's a great lap.
Yeah.
And it's always but then sometimes we're actually going quicker while we're fuel in places rather than going really flat out.
Right.
Might make more mistakes just by pushing all the time. So yeah.
That's right. I tell everybody all the time that's my strength, is not pushing all the time. Tell me a little bit about your history in sim racing. Have you been driving iRacing for very long? How did you get into it?
So I started doing the F1 games years ago, and then obviously everyone done Gran Turismo, and then just made the leap into iRacing. It seemed like a great thing to go and do about 6 years ago, and just slowly built it up. And every year keep buying more and more bits and pieces and more bits of DIY, and slowly building up, and it gets a bit. It's like overtaking your living room, and then you get a whole room on its own. You start off doing that. But what I found really interesting was I wanted to go straight into like the open wheel cars and the Formula cars, and raced them, but then slowly like come back down the chain and went into the 911 Cup car, and then that's where I met Motorsport, Luke and Carl and the team, and then yeah, we just endurance races. What do you think? Yeah, sure, try it, and we jumped in this.
Well, good fun. Looks like you guys are moving around right now. You're up to third, if I'm not mistaken, and we're kind of trading spots, probably based on pit strategy with the pro sim racing guys, like you were mentioning. But good luck to you guys in the remainder of the race. I guess you'll be doing one more stint. Is that what I heard, or are you guys trading off to the night team already?
I think Josh is staying in for another one. Night team are coming in, and then I'm back in the car for 5:30 UK time.
I see.
And then I go to work after that.
Not the glamorous life of a esports driver. Great.
Exactly, and I'm just eating some courgette and prawn spaghetti that I made quite late at night. It's probably not very good to have this at 20 minutes before going to sleep.
Good. All right. Enjoy, my friend, and thanks for participating. Have a great night. All right. Very interesting interview with Ryan from Porsche Esports. Porsche Sport. See, it takes me a while. I'm old, guys. Let me just explain. I'm 57. It's the synapse is not quite firing as fast as they did when I was 17. So, love having those guys in. So they're associated with Porsche Sport, which is I guess a website dedicated to all things Porsche, and this is their esports endeavor. So happy to have them on board.
Definitely. I'm just sorting out now hopefully an interview with a member of Giving My Fish Back Racing.
Fantastic.
Had a message from Josh Ladd, who should be out at the end of this lap. He appears to be just coming into the Porsche curves, who has said he will give us a kind of post-stint interview, which will be
very interesting,
as they've had a very interesting stint. We're just seeing them now head into the pits, so hopefully we'll hear from them soon.
Absolutely.
This could create a good opportunity, though, for Equiva to maybe get a lead back. Gain the lead almost, as they'll be changing what you would assume will be tyres as well. Just trying to get an idea of where they are on track. They're currently coming up to Indianapolis, as I'm also seeing Kevin Kittelman has been black flagged by the stewards. Just see if we can find out a little bit more information on that.
He's in Indy Autosport Red, LMP2 car. I'm going to also see what I can find. I don't see any big, obvious lap time issues. Looks like he just pitted a few weeks ago.
Looks like there may have been a little bit of a tangle with Taipan Esports, which hopefully we'll be able to see in a bit. See if I can find this. Just found a little bit of an incident here on our session events. Let's just see if we can replay back to that and see if this is what we want to see.
You go ahead and take the lead because my stream will be delayed.
Unfortunately, it doesn't look like this is showing us what we need to be seeing here, which is a bit of a shame.
Well, let me continue through the field. We had talked about Indy Autosports. I want to talk now about Juncos Racing Esports. Personally, pretty excited to have them on board. They're a esports Juncos Racing Esports team. It's an offshoot of the official Juncos Racing team, who race in Indy Lights, Pro Mazda, and the IndyCar series, as well as IMSA. And as of this year in March, they opened up with this team. They brought them into being, and being led by Gregorio Emiliano Dorso, who is current director of Roar Sim Racing Latino. He was named the Juncos Esports Director. I'm just reading from a press release from Juncos website that he's a 3-time world champion in the GT Fusion category. I'm not sure which game that is, but he's created the largest Latino esport championship with Gran Turismo Sport. So that's pretty exciting. Right now, they're showing 8 drivers registered on the team, which is
Wow.
a massive number. Maxi Stefanon, currently in the car, is on lap 110 for the team and is on his at least second stint. He's been in the car since lap 71, so that's 30 laps. Definitely a third stint, probably. Juan Cruz de Palma preceded him, and the opening driver was Manuel Scoli. They started the race. Started the race in 49th on the grid overall and are now up to 26th. As we talked about earlier with Thomas in the broadcast booth, they've probably been the biggest mover, having moved up 23 places overall and currently sitting in second place on the lead lap.
Yeah, they're currently about 74 seconds behind Team Bushfink GTE. We'll keep an eye on that gap just to see if there's any kind of movement, but I would anticipate that it's moving probably to get smaller. However, saying that, Bushfink have set the fastest lap for the GTE field, a 3:46.75, compared to Juncos's 3:47.4. So a little bit of a gap there, but if it's something that can be kept up by Bushfink is not something we're aware of at the moment.
And as I'm looking at their car, they definitely have a Twitch stream at Twitch/Juncos Racing. You can go check them out, I'm sure, and get the in-car from them if you wish. I do want to add that a lot of our teams are streaming on Twitch tonight as we go through the race. You can check out different perspectives of different teams that way.
Yeah, it does look like now we have Josh Ladd in the waiting room from Give Me My Fish Back Racing. So I'm just
Fantastic.
going to sort that out, and I will just quickly go and get him.
Great.
Okay, joining us now is Josh Ladd from Give Me My Fish Back Racing.
Hi, Josh. How are you? How's the
Hi.
car?
Yeah, it's good. Car's good. Haven't had any incidents really.
That's lucky. That's why you guys are up there in the front. I'm so glad you've had a good race so far. Can you give us any insight on sort of how did it start for you guys, and how's it been developing, and who are you fighting with out there?
Yeah, so I started with a double stint, or two double stints. Managed to. I had a bad qualifying, so started P4. Managed to get into the lead on lap 2, or 1. I think lap 2, and then gained about 8 seconds on P2. And I had a spin, lost concentration a bit, so lost 20 seconds, and then was just working back up. When I finished my second double stint, so my fourth stint, I got back to the lead. It was about 8 seconds in the lead, and then my teammate got in the car. It was about 2 seconds slower than me, so we lost a bit of time there. But he did a good job. We had a bit of an issue in the pit entry. He spun on the pit entry, so we lost time from the spin, and then lost time because he got an unsafe entrance, so he had a 40-second penalty. Then I got back in my car again, and I did a quad stint on the tires, which was pretty easy, to be honest.
Yeah. So that wasn't bad. Yeah, we've been talking about some tire stint information earlier in the broadcast. So you were able to get 4 stints out of the tires. Where was the deg at the end of that? Do you happen to notice?
Yeah, it was 32% on the rear left, and then about 40 on the other tires.
And at what point do you think you start to feel that, like as it degrades? Do you have a feeling for that?
About halfway through the 4th stint, but I wasn't really pushing too hard. Managed to get back, managed to make up about a minute of the leader. So when I got out the car, we're about 6 seconds in the lead, 9 seconds now. So I think it's doing a good job. So managed to put in some good laps, but the car evolves a lot as the fuel decreases, so you start doing really fast laps towards the end of each stint.
Right.
And I managed to use that quite well.
Yeah, you guys have the fastest lap in the class with a 3:28.6. That's
Really?
definitely quite a bit faster than anyone else, as far as I could see. No one else is even within a second of that. And so, hopefully that bodes well for the rest of the race. But I need to ask you the most pressing question that we have here in the broadcast booth today for you guys, and that's, can you explain your team name?
Yeah, so if you... have you I don't know how many of you watch Top Gear. I'm pretty sure most people do.
Many people do. I'm not a huge watcher of it myself, but I'm a lousy American, so.
Unfortunately, that's definitely something I definitely enjoy a bit of Top Gear. So, but I can't think it was something that I can't say I've recognized it.
There's a bloody spotter keeps telling me the cars like that down. There's a clip where Jeremy Clarkson is talking about Spanish people, and he's saying all these rude things about it. And he's saying like they've stolen all our fish, eat the heads of prawns and stuff. But he yells out like, "Is anyone here Spanish?" And someone says, "Yeah." He goes, "Give me my fish back." So we thought we'll just take that line and create our name. I mean, I'm in another team. I'm in a team called Yas Heat. So I'm just doing this for because it's a bit of fun with my friends.
Cool.
Cool. We've got Jeremy Clarkson's face on our car.
Right.
Saw him
That
explains
so
that,
much.
right? We were someone had noticed that, and we were trying to figure out the connection. I guess this quote that you're talking about, did it happen in one of the shows or like some? I guess it did happen in one of the shows. I think.
Yeah, it's in the show.
All right.
I don't know if it's on YouTube.
All right. That's cool. Well, thanks for coming in. We're really excited for you guys and hope you guys have a great rest of your race. Anything else for Josh, Tom?
No, I think we've covered everything. I just again want to wish you the best of luck with your race. It looks like things are going to be heating up pretty soon for you, as Quiver does appear to be catching up. So, I wish you guys the best of luck.
Yep. Yeah. Thanks. I think it goes well.
Cheers.
Cool. Excellent. Thanks.
Well, now we have it. The origin
Definitive
of the
answer.
name. That's right, from the source itself. Fantastic.
I think I'm going to have to go back and rewatch a little bit of Top Gear to see if I can find that one.
Right. We need to, maybe if we just Google it, it'll come up. But they're obviously big fans. So checking in on our 3 classes right now, I just want to recap right now. We're coming up on, we're 7 hours and 20 minutes elapsed in the race. And we have Freedom Maple Syrup actually back on top, and something has gone on because Fuga Simsport is now 3rd and 2:21 back. So tragedy befallen them. And so the running order now in LMP1 is Freedom Maple Syrup with Alex Davidson, then Garage 69 with Tobias Kentert, Fuga Simsport with Drew Becker at the wheel, and Indy Autosport White with Rick Verbeesen. No, Drew Becker is Indy Autosport, so they're in 4th, and for Fuga it's Rick Verbeesen. Again, I don't know if I'm butchering the pronunciation. I see Rick had a 6:39 as a lap time on lap 124 about 4 laps ago, so that can't have been a great lap, even though I'm going to review it and just kind of see if I can come up with the story here for everybody. I see him in the pit lane at the beginning.
Yeah, 6:39. That's well over 3 minutes slower than a lap time we'd expect, especially for Rick, who has been doing what I would say is a pretty consistent 3:15, 3:16 at this point. A real kind of force to be reckoned with within the LMP1s.
Exactly.
Let's see if we can get some footage of them on the stream at the moment. Let's see where they are. Oh, here we go. So just coming onto the Mulsanne straight at the moment. Looks like they're going to have a little bit of traffic coming up from some GTEs and LMP2s, but I would be very surprised if that proved to be any challenge at all to them.
Yeah, I'm looking at the replay, and it does blank out on my machine for a bit, but it could it have just been some kind of issue in the pit lane, because it looked like they just sat there, and then the car blinks out, which kind of indicates to me no one's in the car. Is that what? Oh, I see some damage. They had
I'm just watching the lap
rear
beforehand.
wing damage, right?
Looks like there was a little bit of contact with NJB Performance just in the Porsche curves. I wouldn't like to say what's happened there, but there could have been a slight mistake from the NJB Performance guys. Not 100% certain, but it looks like Fuga reversed, ended up going backwards first into a barrier.
Right.
Basically caused their rear wing to collapse in on itself. Let's just see if I can get that on the broadcast. Unfortunately, they have not, these kind of things haven't proven very well in the past, but we'll see if we can get them.
Yeah, you might be able to. Yeah, it looks like a double impact. I'm seeing the front right, as well as then into the side of the GTE that was involved in the incident. So, very bad luck for the leading car. I'm sure there will be some attention in the steward's office. Yeah, it looks like the GTE took a curb too aggressively and then bounced back onto the track and right into their path. Very unfortunate, but just points up the the constant danger that we have in these cars and this kind of racing. It's so much lapping going on, and so many people concentrating for so long. Lapses are inevitable, and you just want to hope that they don't catch you out like that. That's really unfortunate for Fuga Sim Sport.
Definitely is. Still seeing if I can find anything on the one thing. I may have found something here, but whether it's going to load or not, let's find out. And of course, in typical iRacing style, we're now looking at Garage 69 instead of Fuga Sim Sport LMP1. Excellent job there.
Oh dear.
Definitely no dear. Let's see if there's anything we can do to amend that.
Yeah, it is.
See if we can fast forward through this lap here to see if this is the lap in question. Appears we've lost all control of this now, so we'll just jump straight back to the live view here.
Yep, folks, we thought we had a reliable system to bring up stuff. It's not like we didn't think about this or plan for this, but in the heat of the moment here, everything seems to be going wrong. We apologize for this, but we will improve on this in the upcoming weeks.
Unfortunately, as I'm persistent, we're just fast forwarding through that lap, which it could be. Yep. It would be good to see it on stream.
It'd be nice to have something to show. Yeah.
I may have just fast forwarded through it. Here we go. We've got it. I may have just spoiled it a little bit there for the viewers, but let's see. Let's get a good view here of what happened. So Fuga's coming in through the Porsche curves there. and we've got the car in front which just hits the grass and causing the incident, and the rear end is just flying into that barrier at that point, which hopefully we'll get a nice view there of the rear. We can see the wing on the right-hand side is bent in, which is going to probably have been the cause of that. I would expect to see a pretty long pit time after that. A real shame to see that kind of thing happen.
Looks like it was probably a minute or two. Yeah, the secondary hit is just kind of brutal. Bounces them right into the wall. So,
Definitely
damage on the
nail in the
front
coffin.
right, on here and there. Side of the car looks a mess. Hopefully they'll be able to recover, and it's a long race. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, like we said previously, they've definitely got the pace to be able to do this. So I reckon they'll still be in contention as it is at the moment. They're P3 in the class, so they're definitely not out.
Nope, it's a long race. A lot can happen. They're still on the lead lap. Laps being so long as they are, they lost a couple of minutes, probably almost 3 minutes, but good for them. They're still in it.
Definitely, I think that's one of the most important things in endurance racing: the ability to take a knock and just keep going. People, when you dwell on the incidents, you're going to kind of make more mistakes, I find, and you just need to get back in and go for it. Feeling sorry for yourself isn't necessarily going to help, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that's a prime sort of a staple of race and sports psychology in general. Just be on to the next moment. Just don't think about it, and just bounce right back. Looking at the LMP2 class right now, we have Give Me Back My Fish, Give Me My Fish Back Racing on top, and then a quiver is second, and the gap may be coming down. It's hard for me to see the gap right now, but TC Corsa is in third on the same lap. But then we have LMP Boys and Team Bushfink, who were at one point both vying for the lead.
I think that could have just been a pit strategy thing. Obviously, when we left,
a whole
Josh,
lap down, so I don't think so.
We'll have to hear from the stewards on that one, I think.
See, take a look at the incident report list or something like that.
I think when we left Josh, when he left us, we should say, there was about a 13-second gap to a quiver who were behind them at the time. That is now extended to a 17-second gap, so it is gradually extending. You never know, there could be some traffic in there that's caused some issues for a quiver, or it could just be pace from Give Me My Fish Back. We'll have to see how that kind of pans out throughout the rest of the race. Just taking a look now in the incident report sheet, and it looks like we've not had any kind of incidents in the past 20 minutes, nearly half an hour at this point, which is brilliant to see. I think, like we've said, drivers are just going to start to settle down now and almost get ready for bed type of thing in the car and just be settling down for the night, wanting to keep it nice and clean and just survive the night, really, I think is the name of the game at this point.
That's the game. That's the goal. Easier said than done, I would say, overall. But we'll try and find out a little bit more about what happened in the LMP2 field there. Maybe I was mistaken. In fact, I look at the GT Class 3, Team Bushfink's in the lead up there. Maybe that's who I was thinking of. But right now, Joris Thielen in the car and running. He's run, or they've run the class's fastest lap at a 3:46.7. So let's see when that took place. It was in fact Joris who pulled that lap on lap 97, and right now he's running lap 114, having I think recently pitted. But they're having a smashing race. Also on the team, Carter Hutcherson, Gilles Hubin, and Joris so far. Let's see, logged into the server. Who else is here? It looks like Daniel Page and Jari Tolgren are also on the team. Carter's from Canada, and then there's Daniel from the UK, Jari from Finland, Gilles is from Benelux, and Joris from Benelux as well. Probably, I think that's a Dutch name, if I'm not mistaken. But they're in the lead, and our friends from Porsche Porsche Sport are up into second at the moment, with Juncos Racing Esports dropping to third. We'll try and take a look and see if that's the result of pit strategy playing out or not. It looks like Juncos has just pitted with Martin Manuel Fournier taking over.
Yeah, so they've got a driver swap from Maxi to Martin.
That's right.
On lap 112, currently on lap 114 for them.
Yep. And we still have Josh Cam, I think, in the Porsche Sport car. Having a little trouble getting them to come up on my server. There we go. Yeah. But they're, see where on track relative positions are. It looks like he's in the last section of the track here, passing the beautiful, it's not a merry-go-round, what do they call that thing that you ride on in the sky? Ferris wheel. Yeah. So he's just coming around to the start of lap, and Juncos is looks like they're in the back half of the track for sure, coming into the Porsche curves. So, you know, just a little bit behind. And that's the top three over there. Beyond that, we have N-Race Esports and Bro Sim Racing following them. So a lot of fighting still going on through the field.
Yeah, I think at this point it's still anybody's race at the moment. This could be an interesting one to watch. It's definitely gonna be an interesting one to watch. You never know, there could be some huge pile-ups coming our way. It's too early to call, really. I think the only certainty is that the caliber of racing has been absolutely outstanding. Some of the lap time set have blown my mind on what I thought was possible. Definitely kind of given me something to think about my own driving.
Mostly depressing thoughts for me, Tom. It's one of those things where I just hope that maybe I can, you know, gain in consistency with practice and just, you know, aim to just improve and you know, have a successful run. I mean, again, you know, we've talked about it, the balance between speed and consistency in terms of keeping the car safe. They're so important, and those moments when you're going around somebody else, you know, it's always fraught with danger whenever you're in close contact with another car. And in this race, you know, you're constantly being lapped or doing the lapping, and so you have to pay attention.
Definitely. I think this is a good foreshadower, really, for next. I was going to say next week. Then that would be a scary one, but no, next month, where we're going to be racing on Barcelona Historic without that kink at the end. So I'll be expecting the cars to be running low 1 minute times, especially in the LMP1s, I believe. Admittedly, it's been a while since I've driven an LMP1 there, but that could be quite interesting on the lap fronts. I think some of these cars are going to have to really be careful on where they're taking their car, because one incident here, which would maybe you'd be able to get away with, could end up wiping out 5 or 10 cars, just based on how close they're all going to be racing on such a small track.
Sure. It could be very difficult. In standings, I'm noticing now Fuga Simsport up to second place over having passed Garage 69 with a 6 second gap at the moment. So that's kind of exciting for them coming back. You know, they're pulling back the time, trying to catch the Freedom car, which now has Reggie Robertson at the wheel.
Yeah, Reggie. Reggie is definitely a very quick driver in that Audi R18, and I would expect to see him probably pull a bit more of a gap than they already are enjoying. I believe it's around at the moment about 78 seconds, coming up to 80. So there could be a bit more of a gap coming in from the LMP guys.
Yeah, maybe we should see if we can get someone to come over from the team, chat with us. But
Freedom?
Yeah, I don't know if Alex will be around, but it would be fun to hear from them. I'll also reach out to Bushfink and see they're in the place GTE and see if they have any availability.
Definitely. Just looking through now, I have been asked to join the Freedom Maple Syrup chat, which I'll probably quickly do in an ad break just to see how those guys are doing, see if I can line up any interviews for them, which would be obviously great to hear from them.
Yep.
Maybe see if we can also hear from Fuga Simsport LMP1 again, just to get their opinion on how things are going at their end. I have just also noticed that Lockie Brown has gotten into the Indy Autosport white car. A driver I mention pretty frequently, but he has just gotten in 2 laps ago and is starting his first, what would be classed as flying lap, I guess. And we'll see what kind of lap times he can spit out here. Maybe see if he can close the gap to Garage 69.
Yeah, they've got a lot of work to do. And we've seen Lockie have a few errors on his last stint. We were all sort of blazed by his performance in our practice race, our fun run, where he won that race, and so he's got a lot of pace. But clearly a long race, and they've got a lot of work to do. But we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that. As you say.
Yeah, I've just noticed as well the person in front of them, Garage 69. Is about to enter the Mulsanne straight with Lockie coming up to the second chicane, I believe.
Right.
So he has definitely got his work cut out to gain a place. Let's see if we can find these guys on the stream here. Let's see. So we've got Garage 69 here just getting on to the start of the Mulsanne. As we can see there, with Lockie just about to finish it. So there's a good 2 to 2.5 minutes between the two for Lockie to pick up there, so that's going to be a real kind of task for him. I'm not sure how long he'll be in the car for there, but yeah, it could be a pretty tall order for anyone.
Yeah, I mean, clawing back a full lap at Le Mans on pure pace is, I would say, possible over 24 hours, but there's so much else that goes on. We will be tracking it. It will be a great story throughout the race. All right, well, let's continue moving through the field. I'd like to get through everybody before I sign off on my stint here. We had talked about Juncos last, I think. Now, next in line is K-Bort Motorsports, V.E.C. Berkeley Cox at the wheel right now. They're running in 12th in class in GTE, driving the Porsche. And they started with Tommy DeWild in the car and Mateus Drozda. Tommy took another stint. Tijman Berens, I'm sure I'm butchering that. Tiemann, maybe? Maybe just Tim, I don't know. Mateus again, then Tim in the car, and then Sam Thurtel took a stint, and now Berkeley's in. So they've got quite a big driver list there, which is a good idea for a 24-hour race, I feel. 5 drivers taking part. They've, as far as their results so far, they started in 48th overall and are up 11 spots from that at this point, in 37th. They're only 1 lap down from the leader, so they're kind of, looks like they're, kind of taking up the tail end of a dozen cars that are within a lap of front of that field. So again, a lot to play for there. As I look at their back wing, I do see some damage on the right side of the back wing, so clearly not a completely clean race for these guys. But they're persisting. They've got a good team. I expect to see them there at the end.
Definitely, yeah. It's looking like that right wing, the wing, is just bent down a little bit on the right, but they are slowly catching through to the back of their to gain a few places. Currently in P12 for the class, as you've said, so they're not too far off getting some points, which obviously you really want to be doing at this early stage of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with the 12th place at this point in the race, definitely a top 10 probably in the cards for them if they can stay clean. But that's a long way to go.
Certainly.
All right, I'm going to move up to quality control racing. We're fielding 3 teams in today's race. I'm going to start with the LMP team, the fast car right now with looks like Chris White is in the car. They are in 11th in LMP2 class. They're currently shown in the pits. Not sure if that's just their scheduled stop. It could be. I think it's about right, but not sure.
Currently showing us being in the pits for 53 seconds. So
yeah, but here they go.
Here we go. Just moving out now.
Just moving out. Still Chris in the car.
Averted.
Yeah, right. Thought we came upon them in their worst hour. But Andy Ticehurst is also in the car, in the team, that is. Steve Wetstein from Benelux area and Ken Nygaard, Scandinavia Club. So the 4-driver team so far. Number 13 car, and as far as results, they have currently, as I said, in 11th place, it shows right now. They're probably moving around a little bit due to the pit cycle, but having gridded in 15th overall and now in 18th, they were quite fast apparently on the grid. It looks like about, quick calculations here, 6th or so in class on the grid, which is up near the pointy end, as we say. What else can we say? Let's move on to their second team. The 18 car in GT. Well, let's do the GTE Pro first. GTE, the 64 car, currently shown perhaps out of the race. Not sure what happened with them.
Yeah, they are.
They're not. There's no one on the server at the moment.
It looks like they dropped out on lap 64. I'm not entirely sure what's happened there, but maybe we'll be able to get some further information on that later in the race.
That's right. And then the quality GTM entry is running 17th overall in GTE. Right now, Richard Watkins at the wheel. The team also has Tom McDonald, Eric Blumenkrantz, Mitchell Bott. I don't know if that's his real name or it's his bot name. Jonathan Sinton, also from Australia. So we got that's definitely a global team with 2 guys from the UK, one from Benelux, and then a guy from New Jersey. I should probably pronounce it the American way, Blumenkrantz. And John Sinton from Australia. So definitely why they've got the Australia guy in to do the night shift, I'm sure.
I think that would definitely make sense. That's something that we definitely do when we do endurance racing.
Yeah,
we have Australian guys for that.
The Oblivion team, which we're associated with. Their best lap is a 3:51.819, which came early on lap 10 by Mitchell, set by Mitchell, who took the car out at the start. Eric took the second stint, Tom the third, and now Richard is on the 4th driver of the race. They're running their lap 114, and the car looks pretty good. It's hard to tell the front in the dark. The lights are shining. But quality definitely showing out in force for the race overall, and we love having them in the series. Now, next on the list, we have the Legends Racing team. I'm not really quite sure what the story with them was. I don't think they took the start. So not sure if that was connectivity issues, scheduling issues, or what exactly, or last minute, snafu with just life,
Yeah, we're
Well, it
not
looks
too
like
sure what happened with them. They did start the race,
they
had a
did.
first lap of 4 minutes 13, a bit longer than we'd obviously expect, which would indicate a few incidents. They got through to lap 14, roughly around the end of the stint for that car, and then unfortunately pulled out. So there could be some connectivity issues at their end or some lasting damage. We're not entirely sure yet.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. So they did start and completed some laps. That's at least good to know that they were able to do so. But I'm unable to bring up that incident. I was hoping, I'm able to scroll back that far because I have a lot of replay here, but not cooperating, which not too surprising. So moving on through the field, maybe while we do that, let's just take a moment to check our standings overall. We still have Freedom Maple Syrup in the overall lead. It's Garage 69 back to second. Fuga Sim Sport in third. That must probably a pit cycle position battle there for the two of them. And Indy Autosport White is showing a lap down at the moment to Freedom Maple. So looking at the laps coming in, our friend Lockie Brown has now set the team's fastest lap at a 3:14.1. Quite fast indeed, although not as fast as the 3:12 set by the Maple Syrup guys. And looking at that, was that recent? No.
I believe that was
Alex Davidson on his first lap out on his last stint. So definitely driving in anger, and I'm sure all the forces played to his benefit in terms of lap traffic. But Reggie's about 4 laps into his stint here. They're leading and hoping to continue that. Of course, it's been a wild one now in LMP1 with a couple of cars trading the lead and the podium spots. So definitely very competitive. It's exciting to see 8 cars in LMP1 class as the class has become a little bit abandoned due to the introduction of the new Dallara LMP2 car. So many people driving that car. LMP1 is always sort of an advanced car anyway because of the boost system and the need to monitor that. I know you've had a little experience in it, Tom. Do you want to kind of talk to everybody about how it feels to drive that car and how you approach it?
It's definitely a very different car. In terms of speed and stuff, it really relies on that electric hybrid system. So coming up out of the corners is where that LMP1 really makes its time and gaps all the other cars. But if we were to look into, say, the Mulsanne, an LMP2 would likely have a faster top speed, which can really cause some issues for the LMP1s at that point, as they're just kind of trying to get past these LMP2s, but just slightly unable to. Further to that, you'd be braking a little bit earlier on the LMP1s as you're trying to regain as much regen as possible on that KERS system, which we can hope, ERS, which hopefully will boost out of the corner.
Looks like we have an interview. We have Jari Tallgren coming in from one of the teams.
Oh, Team Bushfink, I believe.
Team Bushfink, yeah. That I knew it was familiar, but I'm bringing him right now. Here we go. And joining us now is Jari Tallgren from Team Bushfink, is it? Do I have that right?
Team Bushfink Racing, yes.
Yeah, so great. You guys are running P1 in the GTE class. So if I ask you how your race going, you're going to say great, right?
Yeah, we started really well. Our young gun Carter Hutchison made a pretty good qualifying lap, although he wasn't happy with it. But P2 is a nice place to start. And then there was really fast couple of Corvette teams, but unfortunately those guys ran into major incidents.
Uh-huh.
First leader and then the second leader team. So I believe we had like Porsche isn't like the greatest car for this track, so we had a little bit trouble with them.
Uh-huh.
But because they have the fuel advantage. So
I see.
they go one lap further every stint, so that would have been a problem.
Sure.
But other than that, then we kept our car safe and no damage at all, which is like the main thing in these long races. It's been going really well for us.
That's great. That's great. Yeah, and now the top 3 are Porsches, surprisingly, based on your comments. But maybe that's because the drivers have already settled in to have to do a careful race, right? They know they're going to have to win on their racecraft rather than outright pace or something.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, we're only like 8 hours in and now it's night and you only see like bright lights in your mirrors and you have to look at the relative what's happening behind you, and there's 3 different classes going simultaneously in the corner, so it's really difficult at times.
Absolutely. And so to shift gears a little, can you tell me a little bit about how you got into sim racing and how you found this team?
Well, I've been like on and off with sim racing. I've been active for now like last 2-3 years, and I guess there are like a few friends who actually just happened to found the team Bushwick Racing like 6-7 months ago, and there was like 3 of us joining simultaneously. And it's actually a traditional, really old team formed by, I should know this number, but let's say 20 years ago.
Wow. Okay.
So, but of course, with that long of history of the team, they have like more active years, and my understanding is that they've been a little bit passive lately, but now we have like new blood in the team, so we are running 2 cars in this race, and we have like 10 to 20 really active guys,
right,
from all ages, actually from teenagers to boomers, really. So
right.
I myself, I'm the senior member. I'm 45 years old now, if I remember correctly. So, but I'm
It's
happy
just a
to
number.
be.
It's just a number.
Yeah, but I'm happy to be a member of the Bushwings because I'm only the 3rd oldest member of the team. So that's
it makes you
number
feel
one
young.
reason to join the team.
That's good. Well, myself, I'm pretty old too. I'm 57. I've been doing sim racing since the 90s, and so it's gotten to be even a greater scene now, certainly, than it was then. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, so how many guys do you have on the team for this car for the 24 hours? How many hours does each guy get?
5. We have 5 guys running the GTE in this race.
Okay.
And actually, the tire wear was actually less what we kind of expected. So our schedule is like being rebuilt like all the time. I was supposed to be in the car already, but I was like skip for later because we keep the same drivers now for 3 stints at least.
Right, so you don't have to change tires, right? Because you don't want to do a driver swap if you're not changing tires.
You could do it because the refueling takes longer than the driver swap, but you don't really want to send anybody out with burnt tires. So
right, for your starting your stint. Yeah, that makes sense. That's a good rhythm. Well, certainly good luck to you guys for the rest of the race, and thanks for racing in the series. We're really happy to have you.
Oh, thank you. It's been a pleasure so far. So hopefully this goes like nicely for the next. How many hours? I don't know, 60
yeah,
70 hours.
About 16 hours to go. We're almost to the 8-hour mark. So yeah, good luck to you and all the guys. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
All right. Well, that was great to hear from Team Bushwink and Yaris. Thanks for coming by.
Definitely good to get their perspective there on how things have been going and hear from them as we kind of come close to the third of the way mark through this race. We're about to hit hour 8 of 24, which is I'm not sure about you, Colin, but it's flown by for me.
Yeah, it's definitely not a. It's a weird sense of time when you're involved in these races. The focus is on the long haul, so you're ready to sort of sit there for hours and hours. But I'm certainly excited to be here and excited to be part of the V.E.C team. It's an exciting time when you're getting started with a new series, and yeah, we're gonna watch closely what goes on with everybody. But I'm gonna ask for a short break for myself personally for bio reasons, and I'll be right back to the broadcast. Carry on.
Definitely. So, as it looks at the moment, we'll just go over how the lead's going. We've got obviously still Freedom Maple Syrup holding P1 at the moment, and by the looks of it, gapping. Let's just see if we can find them on the broadcast, see how they're doing. Doing pretty well there. Last lap was a 16-minute dead. Well, sorry, not 16-minute dead. That would be horrific. A 3-minute 16 dead, which is pretty respectable race pace in the LMP1. Considerably better than I could manage. Behind them, doing very similar lap times, is Garage 69, driven by Tobias Cantat, who has managed to do a 3-minute 14 last. So he will be gaining on Freedom Maple Syrup guys at a pretty rapid rate at this point. Behind them, again, is Fugit Simsport LMP1, who appear to have maybe just done a little bit of a pit stop, as I have their last lap as being a 7 minute, which doesn't sound correct to me. Moving on to the LMP2 class, so we've still got Giving My Fish Back Racing in P1. They've managed to be holding that for quite a nice time at this point. They are still on the same, there's still quite a few cars in the LMP2 class and the same lap as them. Just counting that out, we've got 6 cars with the Quiver team keeping them kind of company, holding around the 10 to 20 second mark, currently 15 seconds behind them, which has been pretty standard throughout this stint. Behind them, of course, we've still got TC Course Esports W, who are just keeping it kind of clean at this point. They have an average rating of 5.1k, which is pretty respectable at this point. They're about just over a minute behind P2 Quiver Motorsport. However, they are churning out faster lap times, so there could be a gain coming soon. Moving on down to the GTE field, we have got Team Bushwick Racing still in P1. Obviously, we've just spoken to one of their drivers. They seem to be having a nice, happy race with an almost 2-minute lead on P2, which is Junkos Racing Esports, who we can see just making their way around the track. Behind them being Porsche Sport, who are not far behind, actually. This could be something to watch. Current lap times between the two appear to be pretty similar, both putting in a 3:47.4 on the last lap. Might be worth sticking with these guys just to see how we go here. See if I can get a little bit of information here on the pit strategy that these guys are on, see if we can find out when they last pitted and such. So it looks like Porsche Sports has just pitted recently, pitting on lap 119. They're currently on lap 122, which is likely what will have put them behind, although it looks like Junkos could have done a driver swap with a 93-second pit stop on lap 112. Let's just see if we can get that information. Yes, so they've gone from Maxi Stefanon to Martin Manuel, who is now currently in the car doing pretty consistent lap times at this point, around the 3-minute 50 mark. Let's see if we just get a little bit of information here from Porsche. So they also have done driver swap. They have gone from Josh Cam to Carl Sharkey. I believe that's how we pronounce his surname there. It looks like Josh had a really good stint there, putting in probably an average of a 3-minute 50. Pretty strong times there. Let's hope that Carl can kind of keep that momentum going to help propel the team forward. Sounds like my Colin has returned as well.
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, Carl is about, looks like 8.6 seconds right now on my relative back from Carl. So these guys, whether it's on pit strategy or what, it seems like they've fallen into each other's orbit, having both recently pitted. That's kind of exciting. Well, if I say recently, Martin came in the car about 8 laps ago, so not so recent, but they are, in proximity, and will take anything in this kind of 24-hour race, right?
Yeah.
Let's keep an eye out.
Well, as we've just gone past the 8-hour mark, we're just going to quickly go to a quick commercial break, and we'll have a chat amongst ourselves just to get a few things figured out here. We'll be right back.
Everybody has places to go, but not everyone has a way to get there. What if there were an easy way to get everybody where they need to be? What if there were one resource for all of the transportation needs in our community? What if we could move up to a better way to get people where they need to be? Welcome to a better way of getting around. With Move Up, all of your transportation options are in the palm of your hand with a mobile app that allows you to get where you want to go. Okay, there are lots of options for getting a ride, but this ride service is special because it offers answers to the collective needs of our community. Who needs a ride? Going to the airport or train station? Done. Need a lift to get some groceries, go to the bank or post office? Done. Need non-emergency medical transport to your doctor's appointment? Done. Need a ride for your child? Done. What if you want to take your dog or your bike with you? Done. You get the idea. But how does it work? There are basically 3 types of riders: regular folks with no special needs, children and adults who need assistance, people who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation. The people with no special needs can use Move Up just like they would a cab or a service like Uber or Lyft. Why choose Move Up? Because participation in the program helps support the overall community by keeping the drivers busy so the network can grow. Children and adults who need assistance can choose among the drivers who have been carefully screened to be able to handle non-emergency medical transport, assist with the elderly and handicapped, and to transport children with their parents' permission. People who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation can enroll in one of the community programs that will pay for their ride. The driver gets paid just like with any other passenger. We can all move up to the next generation of ride-hailing and transportation if we all get involved. To learn how you can become a part of the solution, join MoveUpLynchburg.org today.
MoveUp is a local delivery management app that is completely free for you to use. It lets you choose your drivers, whether your own employees or others in the community. It lets you and your drivers decide on rates that are best for your customers, and those customers don't even have to download the app. MoveUp is easy to use. When a customer places their order and requests delivery, you enter the delivery information into your online system, and the system alerts drivers of their delivery order. You can track the complete status at a glance, and so can the customer. MoveUp's processing system is designed to protect you from liability and to minimize transaction fees. All of the money stays local. You keep all of the money from your sale, and the driver keeps all of the money from the delivery. It's easy to set up. In fact, you can be delivering the next day. MoveUp is the no-commission connection to your customers. Find out more on our website.
What if I come home and no one's through my front door? What if I come home and there's a mess everywhere? What if I come home and tears flood the floor?
No one understands the struggle and stress I shoulder. No one understands I have the trials of someone much older.
No one understands why my homework's late. why my mascara is smudged, or why I'm not perfect.
No one understands why I can't have guests, why I miss school, or why I look like I need a rest.
No one likes a kid who's always behind. Nobody gets the effort needed to keep up. They mock and scorn with ignorance in their minds.
Everyone looks down on me. They think I'm quite odd. But in fairness, me crying is all they see.
But everyone really should look up to me. Having responsibilities bigger than imagined, not knowing my cared one is my priority.
Patience. If you give me the chance to say, patience is all I crave, and you'll come to understand that my pain is every day.
It's not my fault that I am left out the group and that I always worry. No one knows the struggle and stress that we all carry.
At Swindon Carers Centre, we're here to support young carers to carry the weight of their caring role.
Someone is there for us to speak to. Someone understands what we all go through. To everyone at Swindon Carers, thank you.
Hello, race fans. We're back from our commercial break. Thanks for bearing with us. Right now, we're focused on the number 1 GTE. Martin Manuel Fournier is driving for Juncos Esports, and it says he's in first place, if I'm not mistaken. That said, on my side, he's showing second in class, but we just do the best we can here.
It definitely is a little bit of a mistake, I think, on the replay, well, the streaming software's side, but I'm sure that will revert back to hopefully
the
showing
correct
the right
settings soon. Right? Hopefully, everyone's paying attention. But they're definitely up there in the front of the field, Tom, and have been racing strong, kind of the whole time.
Definitely.
Yeah. We'd actually love
looking at
to
them now,
get
they're still doing absolutely almost identical lap times to P1 Team Bushfink, who actually I'm struggling to find now on the race software, the broadcast software, which is concerning. But we'll.
Yeah, there could be something going on there. Meanwhile, in the front of the LMP1 field, we still have Reggie Robertson out front with Tobias Cantor from Garage 69 running second, Rick Verbison from Fuga Simsport in third. And all on the lead lap. And actually, Garage 69 and Fuga are only a couple seconds apart, so you might want to take a look at that, which actually
they
is what we're
appear to
looking
be
at.
Very close at the moment.
We got a race on our hands, boys.
Let's see how we're doing here. So Garage 69 ahead, coming into the Porsche curves. with V.E.C Simsport hot on the tail. See if we can get some kind of fancy onboard shot here. That'll be very.
Here's Bushfink. So they're still out there.
Yeah, I might have to find them, but we're back on board now. Coming into the final four chicanes. Wow, this is just it's a brilliant shot from the gyro inside these LMP1s. You can really get a sense of the speed being achieved.
Yeah, the Garage Simsport car looks like they're on an outlap of some sort, or either that or Tobias had an off. That actually might be the answer there, because I'm seeing a 4:01 lap time in isolation. Let me just double check. I think he might have actually no idea what it's
Yeah,
there's a pit stop at the beginning of lap 142. Right now we're working lap 144. We're dealing with lap traffic.
Yeah, the Corvette there, that was Garage 69 plus one there, so that could have been a bit of a...
They certainly could have taken out the Fuga car, but we would have frowned slightly.
A little bit of a team order going on.
That's right. I love the onboard here. This is great. What a, you know.
Of course, joining us at the moment, we have the lovely Thomas Cope helping us out here with the broadcast. Also from England to help, keep the crew going. How's it going?
It's going good. Nice to see you two got all of this looking nice and going. We're now looking good on stream on this one.
Yes, so obviously we've had a few issues with only myself being able to access the stream PC, which has been a big... Again, it's something we've been testing almost for 2 weeks without a single problem, and then come the day of the event, no one could get onto it, which is just obviously absolutely typical, but something hopefully we can resolve for the next race, along with a few other issues.
Yeah, a few little tweaks here and there, but we're going nice and strong.
So we're keeping an eye really closely on this battle here between 69 and Fuga.
Yeah, it looks closer than ever right now. I'm seeing 0.2 of a second between the two. I don't know if we're live here.
It sounds like we are. It does sound also like Fuga is boosting to try and get by here, but they're not going to quite make it. Let's go back on board with them. Coming through Indianapolis again, absolute hair width between them, 0.6.
Of course, the more they race, the more Freedom Car can scamper away, I would think. Looks like they did just pit in the number one position.
Yes, so I had a quick chat with Reggie in that little break we had there, just to go over a few things, see how they were doing. Guy seems calm as anything, really. You wouldn't be able to tell that he was in a race, to be honest. I think that's their key to success there, is just to kind of keep their head in the game and just really just treat it like any other race, which I think is probably the best thing to do.
It's almost midnight on the server time at LeMans, our virtual Circuit de la Sarthe here in the V.E.C. Virtual Endurance Championship. We're running lap 145 for the leaders, and they're coming. We've got a hot battle that we're focusing on right now between second and third place in LMP1. As they work their way through traffic, it's just brutal to come across a car at a tough point like that. And we just saw, again, they're just running as hard as they can, trying to get through, and then right there in the Dunlop, to run across a car, not always the easiest. It looks like Garage 69 and Tobias Kenter have been able to pull out in a second and a half now over Victor V.E.C in Fuga Simsport LMP1. So battle settled down slightly for the moment, but in a 24-hour race to have two cars head to head at this point very exciting. They're close on speed, it looks like, and we're going to see how this plays out. They're definitely also on different pit intervals.
Yeah, so it looks like where are we going? Garage 69 last pitted, lap 141, whereas Fuga pitted on lap 134. So there's a good 7 laps between them. So they're almost, by the look of it, one of them maybe potentially ran a half stint at the start of the race or something like that.
Right.
Not 100% sure at the moment, but we'll just have to keep an eye on it and all. Although it does look now like the battle is slowly beginning to fade away as the gap to them now is just slowly going above 2 seconds.
Look at that traffic up ahead, splitting the cars.
Real issues there.
That's a real butt clenching moment, you know.
Oh, definitely. But it looks like Fuga's playing it real nice and safe here, just kind of hanging back, not really wanting to get in any troubles at this point. Although going on the inside here, not an issue there with these cars.
It's just excruciating. Yeah, it's so you can't back out. You just got to keep plowing ahead in these situations. I want to call attention to the LMP2 race where we have Aquiver Motorsports currently running in third. I don't know if that represents a actual change of position or simply a rotation of pit cycles. We have Marcus is out of the car and Kai Askey is now jumped into the car on the Aquiver team. So they've just had a pit stop. Clearly, that's maybe good news that it may be just a pit. Good news for them, that is. That it's just a pit gap.
Yeah, it looks like they're about 7 seconds to the car ahead, which is still TC Course Esports W. I think a team that has kind of almost fell below the radar, certainly from my perspective, in this race. But actually, they've had a real solid race here. Starting up around the kind of mid-front of the LMP2 grid in overall grid 17th. I'm not entirely sure where that would put them, as my maths is terrible. But that would put them in 10th in class. So to come up from 10th in class to P2 at the moment is pretty impressive.
Yeah, they're having a clean race. 3 guys from Japan right now in the car is Hayata Asaga, and he is, doing the team proud. I would guess that their fastest lap is a 3:29.5. Wow, that is the second fastest lap of the race by a tiny margin.
Yeah, that's about a second splitting them, but that has only just recently been set on lap 127 as compared to Giving My Fish, which I'm not 100% certain when that was set. Let me just refer back. It looks like it was set. That was also set on this lap by Giving My Fish Back Racing. They have just set a 3:28.5. Clearly had a really good lap there with traffic and played all their cards right.
Yep, everybody pedaling hard. So no sign of anyone really letting up and settling in for the night, as it were. And I know that people say that the nighttime is the right time, but this is ridiculous.
This is definitely against what I kind of expected to see coming in here. I was kind of thinking there'll be a bit of action at the start, and then once we kind of return from the nighttime, there'll have been a big lull, but then we'll kind of come back into it and everybody will be kind of darting around, which still could be the case, but I'm surprised at the amount of action that's kind of occurred here.
Yeah.
As we can see, our P2 overall leader, Garage 69, has just overtaken Giving My Fish. Although it looks like Fuga Simsport is nowhere to be seen at this point in time. I'm just going to have a quick check on where they are. They have just pitted by the look of it. Around 11 laps they've done on their stint. So if this is a clean stint, they could be pulling a little bit of an undercut here on Garage 69. We'll just have to keep an eye on that as that progresses.
So to continue moving through the field, I want to highlight now Leo Racing, and they're having actually quite a good race at 6th place in LMP2. They have a fast lap of 3:29.6, which is quite good. There's several drivers. Michele Sangalli started the race, and then we had Marco Morosi, who's in the car now, and Alessio Generetti took the stint after that. Daniela Pizzo after that. So they've got at least 4 guys out there, and they're doing their rotations. Michelle set the fast lap on lap 127. Right now, Marco is running lap 136. And
so another really recent fastest lap. Obviously, these guys have had some kind of speed boost or something like that in the past few moments that we're not aware of.
Well, could it be that the track cooling down is really allowing the cars and the tires to kind of come into their own?
Definitely potential. Currently, the track's at 21 degrees Celsius, so we're down about 2 degrees since the kind of darkness set in a few hours ago. The temperature around the track is 19 degrees Celsius with a pretty strong wind at this point heading in the northwest direction. I feel like a weatherman saying this at this point. I feel like I've just transitioned jobs. But yeah, that's a pretty strong wind, which could potentially be giving them a little bit of a boost on the Mulsanne. Maybe just helping them aid, with that faster lap time with a bit more speed.
That's right. Okay. Well, looking at their bio, Carlo from this team has been on the service since 2008, which is a long time. The other guys, much less, but not too much other detail did they provide. Happy to have them in the series and have a solid representation from the Italy contingent. Probably one of my favorite race drivers of all time is the Italian Alessandro Zanardi. Known as Alex Zanardi in the U.S., one of my favorites from IndyCar when I was growing. I can't say growing up, but when I was growing fond of IndyCar, back in the prime of his racing days in the '90s. And our heart goes out to him as he suffered an injury recently on his hand bike. Unfortunately colliding with a lorry, and his condition has been improving, but it's very guarded in terms of not a lot of information coming out to the public, and we're hoping for the best for him in the long run. So next team on the line is LMP Boys. We've talked quite a bit about them. They're running 3rd right now in class in the dogfight that is LMP2 this time. They've done a great job over there. They've got Lucas Fuchs in the car right now from the German club. Peter Molnar we've seen already, as well as Ricardo Orozco from Brazil. Peter Zuba, Ben Nemeth from Central Eastern Europe, both of those guys. And Marius Valiokas from Illinois. With a name like that, I wasn't expecting Illinois, but, hey, it's a global world. And Timo Hayden, another German-based driver. These guys, it looks like it's a team of 7, which is plenty to get you through a 24-hour race comfortably. They're having a great race. They must be overjoyed to have a clean car at this point, or mostly clean. And they've got a nice blue paint job, which is kind of attractive.
Yeah, I think there's a few references there to Matteo Binotto on the car from obviously the team principal for Ferrari Formula One.
Oh, yes.
At the moment, you never know how next season will go, especially with Ferrari's current progress. Mind you, saying that not to spoil the qualifying, but not a bad show for them.
Yeah, right.
Not a bad show. Although I believe Charles may have done that earlier and spoiled the.
He did, but I didn't hear it. So
in that case, I'll keep it clean for you.
Keep it clean, man.
But just to raise a little bit more awareness on these guys at LMP Boys, they've got so far. Obviously, we're 8.5 hours in, and these guys have got 5 incident points to take that up. So that's barely anything.
That's a great performance. Yeah, a couple of them from Hungary is what I'm seeing. Looking at their bios, so that's the Central European part. Sometimes it's Russia, sometimes it's Poland, sometimes in this case Hungary. Yeah. Really excited to have these guys on. A bunch of them are pro sims competitors, and they're doing the event for fun with their friends since they're not allowed to race together most of the time.
Definitely good to see these guys having some fun. Another thing I've just caught my eye, unfortunately, our incident leader, as it were, N-Race Esports, have just taken their first incident point in the race. So that has now brought them up to a single incident point, which is still very impressive, but I'm sure a shame nonetheless for them, something they'll be kicking themselves about. Same for Reaper Racing as well.
They've each got one incident point. That's for shame. If only I could do so well.
Oh, I definitely feel the same on that one. It's I'm sure these guys are kicking themselves at this point, but still, to have only
still
one
in the lead.
point.
Are we giving points away for the incident point leader in all classes or just overall?
Each class, I believe, at the moment. So
that'll be
yes.
So they're each up for that, I would say.
Definitely each up for that, but it's still
it's a long way to go.
Left.
All it takes is one bad lapping moment, right?
Yes.
And the lowest incident points in the LMP1 class is held by Indy Autosport White, who are right now at 8 incidents overall, which is quite good. LMP Boys actually entering the pits right now. Just wanted to jump in and say. We'll see if they do a driver's change. Lucas has been in the car since lap 118. It's lap 137, so he's going to start 138, and who knows? We'll just see in a moment whether they're switching.
That's actually quite an odd. So we say he got in and there, lap 118 from he taken over from Peter. So that is a almost 20 lap stint, which, unless there was a previous pit at that point, which I'm not 100% certain on, I haven't got the information to hand, but seeming like a bit of a short stint. Well, either one very long stint or a shorter stint, which I imagine
we're seeing about
likely.
11 laps for these guys on a stint. Looks like Lucas didn't take tires, and he's headed out again, out of the pit lane. So back to the battle he goes.
Coming out just ahead at the moment of P5, 9 seconds behind him, and P4, 7 seconds behind him. Those two are catching up with each other. In fact, we have just had a switch of places in LMP2 between Bushfink and Leo Racing. Let's see if we can just see that on stream. There we go.
How exciting. Real racing.
Definitely a few moves being pulled off here against what we thought happening. We have also just had a guest join us in the commentary suite, as it were. My dog has joined the room, thankfully.
Hello? Hello? I love dogs. I wish we could have one here. Our building has rules against dogs in our building. The other tower is allowed, but we'd have to move to another apartment if we wanted to get a dog. It's just all very weird.
Oh, that's a shame, unfortunately. Well, not unfortunately. I've got my 2 dogs here. I'm not sure where the other one is, but my sausage dog has just joined us.
Almost a slip. Oh my gosh, sorry to get excited there, but the number, the Bushfink Racing LMP2 almost clipped the Apex car going in that corner. It looked like he did to me, like went right through him, but I'm sure that's not the way the iRacing server saw it, so they escaped. They're dealing with traffic right now. The traffic right now are these guys, the Bushfink and the Leo Racing team, are threading through some class traffic as well. Just so many. Oh, it's huge, balking kind of by the Bruno Sim Racing GT car. Unfortunately, they seem to be
a little bit
having
of
issues.
a lock up there as well ahead of Bushfink from Next Level Racing SJS. Number 2, although it looks like everybody's managed to get around the Mulsanne corner.
Everybody's gone through clearly.
Piece.
Yeah, it's nice to see such good sort of judgment being shown, but I'm sure there's some guys there who are cursing at their screens right now.
I believe if that was me involved in that, there would have to be an underwear change at this point. Never mind a tyre change.
Yeah. And here the guys are going to the portrait curves, I believe, and oh no, that's probably approaching, that's Indianapolis, right?
Yeah, just gone through Indianapolis at this point.
Approaching the village corner of the village of whatever it is. I'm so good with this.
Some French town.
Yeah, I'm the only one who doesn't
Unfortunately,
remember.
I have just realised that is
Arnage.
Bushwink has lost fourth. Is it fourth position? I'm struggling now. Yes, fourth position. They have lost that to Leo Racing Team, who has managed to, I guess, somehow get past them in that kind of drama we saw at the end of the Mulsanne.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and take a look and see exactly when it was, but sometimes discretion is the better part of valor. When you're just plowing through the field in so many lapped cars. So yeah, it's been a little while since they got the position. It was actually coming out of the pits. I'm looking at the team. Bushwink LMP2 was in the pits, and as they drove out of the pits, that's when the position change took place, which is why, on the leaderboard, they were still shown in fourth. But it was literally as they were coming out of the pits, this other car swept by. So on the exchange of pit stops, losing fourth place is Team Bushwink. And we'll see how the relative pace is. I mean, that point when he just passed him, the Leo Racing driver, Marco Morosi, did a 3:29.7, which is a very good lap. Anything sub 3:30 catches my eye. And they'll have to settle in.
Definitely, I'm really surprised at as I've said before, the pace that we're seeing right now in the night time is just unbelievable. And I'm afraid to go anywhere at this point. I don't want to miss a thing, really. This is some brilliant racing we're seeing here.
Very exciting indeed, I agree.
Just taking a look as well. It still appears that our stewarding team is having a little bit of a lull here. Still no incident points, no incidents coming through. We had 2 in the last hour, which is really brilliant to see. Especially considering the pace and the battling that we're seeing at the moment, and it just shows the kind of talent and caliber that we're seeing at this kind of in this race.
Yep, very exciting. So continuing through the field, if we can take a moment while these guys are battling, it is pretty close. We may want to continue to watch them for a minute or two. I see you moved over to SimSport, the Fuga SimSport and the LMP1s.
Oh, we're on crashes now. I want to see all this. We have just had a crash as well. And, of course, iRacing has missed it because we've done the big brain. Let me see if I can get back on that myself and give a little bit of an update. It looked like the car in question just took itself out around the second chicane in the Mulsanne. Just see if I can get that information. Oh, yeah, so Entename Racing here, just losing it on the second chicane in the Mulsanne and going into the barrier. Real shame for them, as it looks like they're now dropping positions pretty significantly. See if we can get a little bit of a replay of that one. Oh, it appears we've got Century SimSport Racing, on the gravel around the Indianapolis. Unfortunately, we can't get a replay of the incident with Entename Racing here, but we'll stay on board with them and just see if they kind of come into the pits. I would imagine to see a little bit of front end damage at this point. After that kind of pretty hard hit.
All right, while we do that, I'm going to continue through the field. We had been talking about LMP boys, and now we'll talk about MJR Racing Team. They're running 7th in a class in LMP 1. They now have some company. They're at 6 laps down, but they've got cars at 5 and 4 laps down. So, it's the old adage, the race could come to you. So that's what they're hoping for over at MJR. MJR right now has Marco Merbex in the car. team also consists of Robin Zipfel, Tobias Matzke, and Marco Lenz, all part of the German club. They've led off today with Tobias, then Robin, and Marco after that, and then they're rotating back through Marco. Robin, Marco, and Robin and Marco. So far we've only seen Tobias at the top of the race. I'm sure he might be doing the overnight stint or something like that. We'll see. But they are hanging tough in 7th place in class, 7 laps down.
I think it highlights a very interesting strategy from them as well. I'm not sure if this is what they're doing at all, but their incident points are still relatively quite low. I believe it's around 24. So only a few incident points ahead of the leaders for LMP. Actually, I've just noticed that's Fuga with 12, so a little bit more than I anticipated. Sorry, Indy Autosport White, a lot more than I anticipated. But it does show that there could be a little bit of an interesting play maybe in the future where you could kind of hang around in P7, get the 7 points from that, and then the additional 5 points you get for the lowest incidents would put you in level with P3 of the race in terms of points.
That's true. That's true. If they can be lucky enough, everyone else catch up to them in incident points, if not in actual race points. So
yes.
Great point. Moving on through the field, we got Next Level Racing has 3 entries. We're going to talk about their LMP1 entry first, which is currently running 5th in class in LMP1. Next Level Racing 4 laps down. So they've really got everything to lose, and it's going to be hard for them to gain without mistakes from cars ahead. Right now they've got, it looks like, Marvin Amonts in the car. Although he's disappeared from my replay. Are they in the race?
Yeah,
yes,
they are in the race.
So you have him. So it's just a momentary dysfunction on my side. They've also got Stefan van der Velde and Elis de Vries, or Elis de Vries. Again, apologies for any butchering. Benelux Club. And Next Level, let's see if I can find out what kind of what's their I don't have any information on their team, unfortunately, that they've submitted, so just going to have to go with Benelux, probably based on the names, potentially Dutch. Right now, again, in 5th place, 4 laps down. Marvin opened the race and drove for the first 55 laps, quite a long stint, and Stefan came in for a couple of stints, and Marvin back in the car, setting the fastest lap at lap 86 at 3:16.047. So that's a pretty crisp lap. And Elis getting in the car.
Sorry to put in there. Sorry to put in here, Colin. It looks like Garage 69 from P2 in LMP1 may have had an incident with a GTE. I'm seeing a few bits of chatter there, and I'm now seeing Garage 69 in the pits. Just seeing if I can get a little bit more information here on this point.
Yeah, taking a look at their car real fast, it doesn't seem to have any obvious... Oh, wait, the rear wing on the right side does seem a little bit bent.
But it looks like, from what I can see here, on the last chicane, they had a bit of an incident with a GTE who didn't stay on their line, unfortunately. We'll see if we can get a replay of that. Obviously, that's a massive tow for these guys to take as they pulled over at the pit exit. That's pretty much an entire lap they're going to have to take.
Oh my gosh, almost 4 laps of towing, 4 minutes of towing, I'm sure.
That is horrendous news for them. Let's see if we can get a replay of what actually happened there.
Yeah, I'm watching the replay right now. They flash that guy. Let's see if I get it. I don't know. You know how iRacing is, right? I've got a blank screen now, right when things should be obvious. And yes, guys, I do know how to set it up with 64 cars and max cars being shown, etc.
Really not sure what's been going on. That has been one of the incidents that has pretty much plagued us at this point throughout, all of us having the horsepower to kind of drive all the cars on track, but only myself and Thomas Cope being able to show them all, which is very odd for iRacing, but you know how things are. Anyway, on the stream at the moment, we're just fast forwarding through to see if we can find the incident for Garage 69. Unfortunately, something being wrong with the stream software, we're unable to jump straight in, but we believe it was around here. Let's see if we can find out what happened. Oh, lovely. Absolutely nothing from the stream software there. Absolutely brilliant. Appears to not be showing. Unless it is this incident here, because the whole thing is not ordering itself. There we go. Let's see what we can see here. It appears that unfortunately the stream PC may have missed the incident. We're just going to see if we could fast forward to see this. A real shame for these guys, as they were, a really strong contention in the LMP1 class, and this could have a pretty dramatic effect on them. So here we can see them coming around to the four chicanes, flashing away at the GT who moved out of the way. And unfortunately, the stream PC just missing the incident there. Again, another unfortunate incident plagued by some incident issue with iRacing. Unfortunately, what happened, from what we can see, is the GT ahead of them moved off of line, causing Garage 69's LMP1 team to career into the wall. Unfortunately, their misfortune is the fortune of other teams such as Fuga, who have now pretty much just taken over P2.
Yep, they should be reclaiming P2, sadly for Garage 69. But it's a long race, long way to go, and everyone could still run into other mishaps, and we'll just have to see how it plays out. That's why they drive the race, right?
Yep, there's still points on offer for them, and they're not going to come out too far behind. Poetically, as we just saw on stream, as we went over to Fuga Simsport, they were just passing the pit exit to gain back P2.
I want to move now to the next level teams from the GTE class. We have the number one team, or the full name of the team I can't quite see. I think it is number one. The next level number one.
Yes.
Currently driven by Jelle Beelen. They are, I guess, a Dutch team. And they are currently running in 8th class overall in GTE. That's quite a good showing. They are showing one lap down to the leaders. But they've got a fast lap of 3:48.4. And, are running lap 130 right now with Jelle in the car. David Plasman started the race. And there are a few blank laps there show he may have had some issues there. Justin ran the second stint, and Cass ran the third stint. Joris Blum running the fourth stint, and Jelle the fifth. So they've got at least 5 guys on the team. As I look at their roster, I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 names. Kevin Pone, I guess, has not yet shown in the car, but maybe next. They've got a good team for their 24-hour race. It's great to have them in the series and in the race. Moving on to the next level team, Team 2 at GTE. They are currently running in 18th in class, which is to say 6 laps down from the class lead. And it's showing Eric Furley in the car, with Niels Tisters, Perry Osterveer, and Simon Van Dijk as the driver.
It looks like we've just seen an incident there in front of the Next Level Racing GT number 2, with one of the cars just spinning out. See if I can get a little bit of a replay there on that at my own end, and see if anything happened. It looks like there was a bit of contact there between Next Level Racing by FS and the 24 Hours of Moglinger. I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce that team name, unfortunately, but I'm sure that'll be one the stewards will be investigating.
Yeah, I lost the Next Level car during that period, so not able to look at it carefully myself, but very unfortunate to see another incident. But traffic, guys. It's a fact of the race. So that's the Next Level team. Excited to have them participating in bulk. That's great. Next team I want to highlight and thank for participating is NJB Performance. I do see it looks like they've retired from the race. They're running 25 laps down in GTE. Must have run into some kind of issues. Really too bad. They ran through lap 108, it would appear. With Stefan Hoffman, Alex Lomiak, David Mulik, and then Yannick Sagmeister taking over at the end. And I'm not sure what took place with them. But sorry to see them, unable to complete, it would appear. Moving further on, another team that seems unable to complete is NSR Silver Sim Performance. They are 21st in class in LMP2 and completed through lap 88 with drivers Luke Reimer, Oliver Brandt, and Casper Sorensen. Again, it's just too bad when folks run into difficulties in these long races, but it is inevitable that unfortunately the worst does befall somebody usually. Moving on, N-Race Esports, they're having a fantabulous race with running fourth at the moment. Jordan Froon in the car from the France region. Jonathan Ribeiro also on the team, France, along with Thomas Saintot and Carl. No, that's the next team. Sorry, they just have 3 drivers, it seems. So right now, again, running a strong fourth. Jordan started the race for the team. Thomas took over, and then Jonathan in the car, with Jordan just recently taking over on lap 128, while they're currently running lap 133 in what looks like the Ford. Is that what that is? Is the Ford in this race? Not that popular, perhaps, but yeah, looks like it's the Ford icon over there.
Sorry about that. I've just realised my mic has been muted. But yeah, the Ford is in this race, representing for itself.
Apparently, yeah. Apparently, they may be the only Ford that I see on my field. That's fantastic that someone's here to represent that classic GT3, a GTE car. I love the Fords. Loved seeing them in Sebring in 2013 or 2014. I forget which year it was I went, but they won the race, I think, that year. And looking great. But these guys are having a fantastic race. Yeah. Going back to kind of where everything is in all our classes, we've got Freedom Maple Syrup still leading the race from Fuga Sim Sport, and they've got about a 3-minute advantage at this point. And looking at recent lap times, it does look like Fuga had a better last lap than Freedom did, but Freedom may have just had a trafficy lap or potentially even a pit stop. Then Indy Autosport White is now in third with Garage 69 running in fourth after the unfortunate incidents that we discussed, and they're still in the pit lane. So they got 3 laps gap on the 5th place car, so presumably they'll still stay in fourth, but you never know. It doesn't look as damaged as all that, but who knows? Always sometimes hard to see. Back in LMP2 class, we got Give Me My Fish Back Racing, who are still ahead, leading the race from Aquiver Motorsports with about well, it's hard to say what's the gap because it keeps changing on my iRacing here. But I
believe it's about a minute.
Yeah, looks like Give Me My Fish is just crossing the start-finish line to start lap 145, and Aquiver Motorsports is somewhere on the long straight sections of the course. It looks like they're coming into the Mulsanne corner, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so about a half a lap back. Yeah, I always think of that as sort of the midway in the circuit. and it is at the opposite end of the world from the main part of the course. Also, then we got Team Bushvink Racing. LMP2 is up to 3rd place. And, who had been up there before? Oh, the LMP boys seem to have suffered some issues, as they're now shown down in 10th in class. And is anyone on the server? Yeah, they are on the server. I'm not able to pick up their car or where it is at the moment, but maybe, Tom, you can do some magic there. But overall, sad to see them suffer some setback there. But Team Bushvink gets the gain. They're up to 3rd place overall, with TC Corsa Esports in 4th when they had been in 2nd. So I just feel like they may have run into some issues as well. Our friends from Japan. Maybe just the pit. Maybe just the pit rotation.
Just taking a look now, see what we can find.
Looks like a somewhat shortish stint ending on lap 135, but who knows?
I take it this is TC Corsa we're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like they had a bit of a long pit stop, a 1 minute 47 on lap 135, which would signify some damage, some kind of repairs being put on the car. So we'll have to see if we can find out what happened there.
Yeah. So moving to the GTE class to do our class check, Team Bushvink still out in front over there, and seemingly boasting only a 10-second lead from Porsche Sport. Yep. Actually, maybe 75 seconds. Software keeps bumping around, but apparently Team Bushvink is the last car not to be lapped by the leader overall at this moment, because everyone else is another lap behind him according to the stats. But Porsche Sport trundling away in 2nd, and Junkos Racing still in 3rd, with N-Race in 4th, and Ronin Simsport in 5th. So, hard to track all the developments in the lower reaches of the GTE field, but at the top of the grid, they seem to be staying fairly steady. Which leaves me free to continue my kind of through the grid walk. We have talked about Porsche Sport quite a bit during the race, so I won't spend time covering them again. Although we're very happy to have them on and have them into the interview chamber. Reaper Racing is next, and they're one of our teams with sitting on 1 incident point, along with N-Race. Reaper Racing currently has Martin Jacobson in the car, and they're running in 9th place overall in LMP2 with a fast lap of 3:31.4. So a good job there by these guys. If I look at the racers on the team, looks like they are kind of from all over the place in Europe. Martin Jacobson in the car now is Scandinavian. V.E.C is from the northwest of the U.S. And then Matthew Saunders from UK, and Thomas Ventirgo from Benelux. So a wide-ranging team there. I'm glad they've got someone in Oregon or something to run the midnight stint while the European guys are sleeping. However, it must be it's getting towards midnight over there, right? It's about maybe 1:30, or is it 12:30?
For me right now in England, it's midnight, so it's definitely getting a bit late here.
Yep. So after Reaper, we'll talk about Ronin Simsport, who have 2 entries in the race. Their LMP2 entry is come on some hard times and running in 17th overall, but still on track, 5 laps down. They've got a good chance to get some places if they hang in there. And that's Shinya Machimi. These guys are. He was one of our pro racers. I remember talking about real life pro racing. But also on the team is for the LMP2 guys is Ray Rivard, Vincenzo Amico, Prescott Campbell, and Riccardo Lamogli. So we got Italy represented there, Prescott from California, Vincenzo from the UK, Ray from Michigan, US, and Shinya is marked in the international club. I think he has indicated to us that he's in the USA right now, and at least. So good for them. Thanks for joining us, guys, and good luck to your race. Maybe good luck next time as well, as this race seems to be that you are in a difficult position at this moment. But racing hard and persisting, we appreciate. Looking at their second team, the Ronin Simsport GTE. Right now, Filip Mitrevsky is at the wheel. He's based in Central Eastern Europe. We have also Gabriel Erdi, Anthony Larson, and John Vining. So they've got UK, Scandinavia, Texas represented. So, taking the demographic approach to filling out a roster really can help you when it comes to filling the grid for a 24-hour race. Vincenzo is the owner-founder of Ronin Simsport. Filip is Mitrevsky in the car right now. Is from Macedonia. And he says that his short bio simply consists of 3 letters, KGB. Very cryptic.
Sorry to put in here, Colin. I'm just going to put your nick away here. I'm leaving you with my counterpart, Thomas Cope. I will be back in a bit, though. Just
okay.
I'll speak to you guys in a bit.
I am here.
Oh, great. Well, while I continue to just sing the praises of Ronin Simsport, I just want to mention John Vining, he's apparently done quite well in SCCA with a few wins in U.S. competition. So great to have him aboard. And Gabriel, simply said he's an anime lover and responds well to My Little Pony.
Now our hands here, boys.
Thanks for sharing. Appreciate the biographical deets, guys.
We love a bit of banter here, boys and girls.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We're coming up on completing hour 9 here of the race. How's the event seem to you so far, Thomas?
It's going really nice. I think a lot of drivers now are really settling into it, and obviously, in terms of incidents, it's calmed down a hell of a lot. So I'm happy in that sense, obviously. But yeah, a lot of teams are getting the message that it's time to just chill out, relax, and just stay consistent. And it's clear to see that they've taken that hint and not seeing many more incidents, and everyone's driving a lot cleaner, which is what we're trying to promote here in V.E.C, obviously.
Yes, for sure. It's a lot more fun when we don't get crashed out by each other. But it is racing. People race hard and have a right to race hard. It's funny when you're scrolling through different cars. I must say, when you come on the GTEs after watching the LMP1 or 2 for a while, it looks like they've got the pit limiter on. It's probably a function of the huge, super long straights at LeMans as well. But just a big speed differential overall.
Yeah, just a massive differences of speed, obviously. So gives them that extra little boost.
Yeah,
know
it.
It's crazy to see as well with the LMP1s and LMP2s. When the LMP1 is not boosting on the straight, the LMP2 seems to almost be faster on the straight and catching back up, especially when in the solution, of course. But the LMP2 just seems to almost come back and almost pose a threat going into a corner if the LMP1 isn't being able to boost enough.
Sure.
Which is surprised me that we've not seen any of those incidents yet, but obviously really happy that we haven't seen that incident yet. But yeah, the drivers are doing a really good job from what I'm able to see.
Okay.
Just trying to sort a few things on the admin side out here quickly.
Yeah, sure. You can leave me here if you need to. I'm going to continue going through the grid here with SCCR by Delta Sport. Let's talk about them for a minute. They are running in 12th position in the GTE class, driving the Chevy today. And we got Craig Jones in the car right now. He's joined on the team by Antti Mikulik, Barry Jarman, Joseph Cohen, and Andre McCullen, a couple Texans. John Salmon from the Virginias, and Andrew Payne from the UK club. So it looks like 7 drivers over there, and they're gonna, plow through the night here. Running right now 4 laps down in 12th position. Their best lap is a 3:49.3, which was set by Ante on lap 70. So not sure what maybe trouble has befallen them over the hours of the race so far, but happy to have them here. Moving on through the field, as it were. We've got the next team being Shawshank Racing, Julius Brown at the wheel at the moment, and they are running in 13th place in LMP2. Julius is joined on the team by Tobias Divanich, Marcel Pollock, Marcus Miebach, and Philip Knoll. Looking at their bio information, they're from Germany. It looks like overall. I got to say that they're doing moderately well. I mean, 13th place is not bad, as I've said. I think when you're in that position, you're in good shape for a top 10 if you persist and stay clean. So looking good there. Next team I want to talk through is Slow Motion V.E.C. They're currently running in 10th in class in GTE, running with Ferrari. And Erkan Ersos is driving right now with Marvin Lebolman. And I know I butchered that name because there's some characters that are unfamiliar to me. Sorry, guys. Sandro Müller, Peter Clausen, Bjorn Anslag, and Wolfgang Reusch on the team there. So they've got a solid lineup to fill out the 24 hours as well. They have, in this race, they have started in the 45th position and are up to 35th overall. So that's a 10-spot leap, which is a good indication of a team that has kept themselves mostly clean, but maybe doesn't have all the pace in the world. I don't know. Erkan is in his first lap in the car. So it looks like he's on his out lap or second lap, and probably just getting accustomed. Moving on to Stage 1 racing, number 72. They are currently running 11th in LMP2. Nicky Boken at the wheel, the Benelux team. These guys are from. Rob Newens, Artie Boschart, Sam Helson, and Dave Van Slambrook racing in that team. Their fastest lap was a 3:30.5, and that was set by Nicky on lap 135. He's right now running lap 146. Well, I'm sorry to say the stream is stuck on one view at this point. We'll have to try and remind Tom, who's got control of the race computer, that he needs to put that back to our kind of alternating view of various drivers. We'll hope that can happen in the next few minutes. He is, unfortunately, as you may have heard it since, if you've been on our stream since the beginning, we lost remote ability to control the broadcast computer. So definitely handicapped in our ability to focus on different cars unless Tom's at his desk and able to control and focus on that. So you know, we're having fun here, trying to just keep things light and enjoy the night as we go through here. I want to thank our sponsors tonight, and I'm going to talk through their details again real fast, just because it's the right thing to do. We're really appreciating their support. We have a Swindon Carer Center is one of our major sponsors here tonight. They're aiming to raise money for the cause of caring. Carers are in this context are people who are helping out other people in need by traveling to their homes, maybe running errands for them. They're carers, right? So sometimes people are in a position where they may be suffering from some illness or potentially handicapped or disabled, and they are you're able to click the link and donate to their cause. Also want to thank our sponsor, Unified Potential. We're all about innovative community connectivity solutions, which they achieve through a robust set of programs, including a program called Move Up, one called Unified for Kids, one called Racing Upward. So very excited to have these guys on board sponsoring our series.
Yeah, and without these guys, as you say, Glenn, we would struggle to have this series go ahead. So obviously we need to give the biggest shout out to those guys and a big round of applause for them helping out as much as they can from what they've helped us do.
Fantastic. So now I'm going to talk about Taipan Esports. They are running right now in 13th place in class GTE, driving the Chevy, 4 laps down. Fast lap is a 350.7. And Jason Dixon at the wheel right now with Pierre Benoit. Sorry, that's not right. Wrong place. The other team members are Sebastian Murray Westberg, Cameron Veacock, Troy McGuire, Ben Anthony, and John Halloran, all from Australia. Wonder what the significance of the Taipan connection is. Be curious about that. Taipan is an animal. Maybe that's what it is. Related to it's a snake. So that's interesting. Large, fast-moving, highly venomous, and endemic to Australasia. So that we're getting a global education here as we run through our race teams.
Didn't realize this was the National Geographic Network channel.
That's right. You may have thought you were watching an auto race, but no. This is good. Want to continue with TC Corsa Esports W or West, perhaps, with Hibiki Yamashita at the wheel right now. This team hails from Japan, with Hayata Asaga and Shogo Nishiguchi as well on the team. 3 drivers so far, which is a lot of driving for each guy. But they're really running quite well, running up in 5th place in LMP2, 1 lap down, with a 3:29.5 as their fast lap. They had been up actually a couple places higher. They may have run into some kind of issue at some point. Not sure when that was. But wish them a lot of luck and really excited to have them in the series. Let's go back through the field and through the top 5 of our 3 classes in tonight's day's race, night-day. We have Reggie Robertson and Freedom Maple Syrup car still leads the way. We're at a lapse time of 9 minutes 10 seconds. 9 hours 10 minutes, rather. I just read that wrong. Let's just get that straight. It's 9 hours 10 minutes. And Reggie is now at this point. Well, according to my score sheet, he's put a lap on everybody, which is always good for the lead car and never good for anyone else. But congrats to Reggie, seriously, and his team, if that's kind of where they're at. And looking at them right now, it looks like they're coming through either Mulsanne or Arnage, and Fuga Simsport's still running second, and on the straight as well, through a left kink, so I should know where that is, but I don't, sadly.
Heading out towards Porsche Coast, that will be colored.
There we go. Thank you very much. The left kink. I knew it was there. I'm one of the few drivers that doesn't have a tremendous amount of experience at Le Mans. I used to race a lot more than I have over the years. Let's just say when I was racing in Grand Prix Legends, where I learned most of my tracks, it was not Le Mans that was in heavy rotation there. And so I didn't learn it as well as some of the others, but I'm learning it, and it's a great historic track, obviously. Very, very exciting track.
Yeah, and it's one of them tracks very similar to like the Nürburgring, for example. It's a long track and it's really hard to master. A lot of difficult turns, and it's nice to see all the guys racing it today, making a really good job of it, and making sure for some really good driving here in the race.
Indeed. Well, I do. It is one of my goals in life to go see this race. Thinking about next year, maybe. Who knows? I've got a friend who likes to go see these things, and he's always wanted to go to Le Mans, and I'm so excited. I'm confident it will happen at some point. Oh my goodness! Watching Freedom Maple Syrup car trying to lap the traffic over on my side, and cars never know whether to go to the left or the right to get lapped. So just stick on your line, let us react. That's the way I see it. But everyone's trying to actually sometimes help each other. Sometimes that's when problems happen, and it's just so dastardly unfortunate when that happens.
Yeah. Obviously, you get a lot of instances where it's just a misunderstanding, a miscommunication sometimes, and we've seen a few of them today, or at least we've seen a few of them on the broadcast side. Unfortunately, obviously, technical difficulties we haven't been able to show you, but yeah, just misunderstanding. Obviously, a faster car thinking the slower car is going to take the outside lane, which is the faster optimal line, and yeah, just misunderstanding and ends up in a rear end or a bit of a punt, as you'd like to say, and causing significant damage to the front and rear ends of some cars, and in some cases, I would like to say, almost taking them out of the race, unfortunately.
Sure. Well, yeah, and my approach to it is funny. It does vary as a sort of maybe a GTE or GT3 car in some of these races. Taking an example, any long straight, you're coming if you're coming out of corner and you have a faster class right on your butt, you obviously coming out of a right-hand corner, you may want to just stay left and let them sweep around you to the right. But I think the main thing is to just stay on one path or the other. The problem I would see with something like that is if I come out of a right-hander and then I sweep across, off from the left side of the track to the right, then I'm a moving target, and it just becomes more difficult for the other car to kind of figure out where to go. That said, if I move out of his way and he just sweeps past to the left, then maybe we're fine. It's just a matter of not making a sudden move when the car is right on top of you. That's I think the worst thing that sometimes people will do. Maybe they don't realize how close the other car is, or maybe they just think this is me getting out of the way. I'm doing them a favor. I don't know.
Yeah, you could almost say it's making your intentions as clear as possible, as early as possible.
That's right.
So judgments can be made, and the drivers are doing a really good job of doing that, or at least doing the best they can. There's been a few situations, obviously, you just, it's all reactionary sometimes with some of the stuff that's happening in the race.
Yep.
There's, I can hear you over there calling popping a cold alcoholic
Popping a
drink,
cold
maybe?
brew. It's just actually just a Diet Pepsi. Trying to stay up. But I want to keep going through the field. I'm almost done. Probably my stint on the broadcast may be over relatively soon too. Team Bushfink running well. We've talked about them several times over the course of the evening. Bushfink Racing LMP2 is currently running in third class overall. They're up from like fifth or so where they were. They're one lap down from the lead, and their top time is a 3:30.566, which is right up there. Right now, Antoine Blancers in the car, Benelux region. Diogo Pereira, perhaps, and Jiri Glumov, Jacob Warden. Or Jacob Warden, because he's from Texas, I think American pronunciation. So a Finnish driver, a Texan, someone from Iberia, i.e. probably Spain or the region, Benelux driver, so definitely, Bushfink having, and we heard from Jari from the other team, from the GTE team, we heard him tell us about how they had been around for years and years. Clearly at this point, a wide range membership in the team. But those guys looking increasingly good here in the race, running in third overall. Then the GTE team, who are still first in class in GTE. Really nice to see somebody doing well. There's always somebody doing well, right? Daniel Page in the car right now. And that team consists of Daniel Carter Hutcherson from Canada, Jari Tallgrim from Finland, Joris Thielen from Benelux, as well as Gil Zuban from Benelux as well. Wish them well. Hope their good luck continues. We've still got Bushfink, Porsche Sport, and Junkos Racing in the top three over there. Looks like actually Hexa Racing, though, has overtaken Ronin Simsport on the track. That's a recent development. If I look at the Hexa car, they are currently got Guillaume Kempfer behind the wheel. And the Ronin Simsport car is Philippe Matrevsky. We were talking about them a few minutes ago. He's in the car. Hexa has taken over there. Let me just see if I can find out where is my relative overlay. It's difficult to see how much of a distance there is between them. Let me just see if I can put a few more drivers ahead and behind, and that'll probably help me. Something I would never do in race, because then the relative would take up the whole screen. But I can do it here. And now I can see that Philip is actually ahead on the track. So it's probably what we're seeing is a reflection of probably before a pit stop by the Hexa car. Philip is 30 seconds up the road. So we've got that sorted as far as what's going on there. But moving on, unless you have anything to add, I'm just plowing through here, Thomas.
I'm letting you plow through.
Just let me plow.
Yeah.
Great.
Doing a good job.
Well, I want to finish up all the teams before I completely run out of breath. Team Slow Pace atypically, based on the name, is running in 9th position in GTE, which is a pretty good showing in their Corvette. They are 2 laps down. Emil Leander Roning, currently in the car from the Scandinavian region. And he's got Jonas Weiss and Stig Schoenberg as teammates. And welcome to them. And hopefully they'll continue to do well here. They're in a kind of a snazzy yellow and red job. And yeah, from a team perspective, let's see if I have any information on that. We've got a little bit of information. Jonas started racing in April, so and then he's used most of his time on iRacing since then. And yeah, his favorite track is LeMans, so he should be right at home here. Right? And they're driving a lot these days. And they're having a lot of fun in Team Slow Pace. I love the name. Personally, that's a team I could fit in. I'm getting faster. I got my Fanatic setup recently, so I'm getting faster. Next in the list, 2-1 Pro Divers. I think we were asking the same question last time. What the heck is with the name? I think this is the guys that won a practice race in this class. Sebastian Samedau is in the car right now. And he is from the German club, along with Tom Held and Marcus Romer and Simon Rendell, 4 drivers in that car. And they're running 6th in class, and they're on the lead lap, apparently. So the timing is all kind of crazy. They're not really near anyone. The same lap as them, relative, but plowing along. And their car looks pretty undamaged, so that's a huge accomplishment at this point in the race. Congrats to them on their race so far. I look to see them, potentially move up into the top 5 if we have someone else experience some issues. And there we were watching him for a second on the stream. Great. Coming up. So, we've got a couple more teams to go. The Venomworks Endurance, with right now Yellow Peter Hoogland at the wheel. In Benelux region, JPW Ringwood, Ben Johnson and Josh Johnson from the UK. So, 4 drivers in that car. We're currently in 8th position in the class, 1 lap down. Fast lap of 3:30.1, which was set by on lap 107, 3:30.1. Good lap, and good luck to them. They're actually looks like they're dicing with, or certainly just made a pass for position based on my time, so that's exciting. With Mario Veran, who we're looking at on the racing screen. I think we got them up on the stream by dint of them being the most exciting thing going on the track. So, let them watch here and see what happens. Wow.
Yeah.
Great stuff.
Yeah, Colin. While you were talking, right, and they made a position over the Turn 1 Pro drivers. I think it was Freak Fast Racing. Sorry. And that's one more position. They're now sat in 7th position in class. And yeah, they're going pretty strong.
That's great. Great.
You lost your voice yet then, Colin?
No, I'm here. Not quite. It's getting a little hoarse. I have promising dinner soon. It is early here. It's 8 o'clock, relatively early in the U.S. Yeah, so one more team to cover is a 24-hour Moglinger Panahilfe, which I'm probably butchering again. Team started by the Bleich brothers, perhaps, from Stuttgart. 21 years old. They first started on Gran Turismo, or at least this is Tobias we're talking about. And then he has a G29. His first race with a G29 was Formula 2018. He's building his own rig without spending too much money, so we have to have him tell us a little bit about that. Put a real car chair on a wooden frame. Yeah, I got a good friend of mine doing the same thing. And we have 4 members in the team, and this is their first racing league. So welcome, guys. Right now, they are running in 11th place in the GTE class, driving the Porsche, which looks a little bit bent in the rear, but not unusual at this point in the race. And a little bit unusually, we have a whole ton of drivers in this series, and I would say the vast majority of them are A-rated drivers. These guys are C drivers. At least the current driver, Yannick Bleich, is a C driver. And that's fine. I don't think the whole world is ruled by your I rating or your safety rating. But it is a good indication over a long period of time. But they've clearly put in some time learning the track, and they're running with the big kids here and running in 11th, doing well. And that is through the field with Colin Tabor. I'm a member of the V.E.C broadcast team and officiating team, the team organizers, as you will. And we're really excited to be sharing with you the first race of the V.E.C championship season. And it's the 24 hours of Le Mans, V.E.C style. And we're right now at almost up to 9.5 hours through the race.
Yeah, we're still not quite at the halfway mark yet. Obviously, we're still 2.5 hours away. But it's nice to see a lot of the positions are shaping up a little bit at the moment, and a couple of positions getting a little bit dicey here and there. Obviously, as we were talking about Venom Works getting past the Freaky Fast Racing team, 4th position. Other than that, there's not many fights going on the track right now. A couple of cars close to each other, but not actually fighting for position. I'm looking P4 and P5 in the GTE class. You have Ronin Simsport, who are currently 3 seconds behind N-Race Esports. I'm looking down my list, that is the closest battle throughout the whole field currently.
Indeed.
So you got issues in the LMP1 field. You got only 2 cars now on the lead lap, Freedom Maple Syrup and Fuga in the Autosport White are currently 1 lap down. And then unfortunately the LMP1 field kind of drops off a little bit, where Next Level Racing are in P4, now 4 laps down. Enter name here, who had quite a few instances here and there, unfortunately for them. And now 5 laps down, and same with Garage 69 and MGR and Exiled, who are 7 laps down for Garage 69 and MGR and Exiled, who I believe have retired their car due to damage. Let me double check. No, appears MGR are still racing. But unfortunately, no, Exiled even. Let me double check Exiled. No, I've actually got the right team. Yeah, so unfortunately Exiled have retired the car due to damage, so they're currently 67 laps down from the LMP1 leaders, which is unfortunate to hear about in a long 24-hour race, retiring the car before the halfway mark, but it's obviously a team
they had
decision.
posted, I think, in the chat at one point, they were gutted about having to retire the car some hours back. But very, I'm very excited to see the various teams, with the level of persistence that we're seeing out here. It's really great. It's inspiring. It's the way it should be. We race till we drop. And I want to point out on that front that Garage 69, which has been 2nd place right now, running 7 laps down. But they are back on the track with Lucas Y behind the wheel.
Yeah, as we're currently looking at him on stream as well. He's 16 seconds down from oh no, that's MJR are currently 16 seconds down from the Scary 69 team. Both on the same 7 laps down, so there could end up being a little battle there for the 6th position.
Yeah, I think MJR is about a minute behind. If I keep seeing them flash on my relative every once in a while.
But yeah, it's a long race, and there's still obviously potential for incidents to happen. As much as we don't want to say it, but incidents to potentially happen for the likes of Freedom, Maple Syrup, and Fuga late in the race to get incidents and maybe take time, and maybe for Carry 69 and MGR maybe to come back into the race. We'll just have to wait and see. Only time can tell. And not to put a commentator's curse on anything, if we believe in that sort of thing, but we hope that they do all very well. Also noticing, obviously, fastest laps are getting set by a lot of teams, so track conditions are really nice and cool right now. We're looking about 20 degrees C on track temps at 1:15 in the morning here in the in-sim time. So it's a nice cool track, and obviously a lot of cars are getting clear air as well for setting the quick laps, as I'm seeing Freedom Maple Syrup with the fastest lap currently in LMP1 field with a 3 minutes and 12.6, which, if I'm rightfully to say, that is as fast as their qualifying time. Which I unfortunately can't see.
Well, I'm going to take a moment and run through the retirees overall. I'm going to just take a look at who's disconnected from the server. Bunta Eve Racing in LMP2, currently showing 23rd, 90 laps down. Bro Sim Racing LMP2, 65 laps down, team 20th position. Core Motorsports GTE car showing in 23rd, 58 laps down. The DMC by HPSR Blue, they are 35 laps down and showing in 21st for GTE. Exile Virtual Motorsports, which we were just mentioning, they are 8th and last in LMP1 in the Porsche. K-Bort Motorsports V.E.C. showing in 20th and looks like 19 laps down. Quality Control Racing GTE Pro showing 81 laps down in 24th GTE class. Legends Racing, which we spoke about, they only made 14 laps, unfortunately, shown in 24th in LMP2 and 142 laps down. NJB Motorsports, 37 laps down, 22nd in GTE. And NSR Silver, Sim Performance, showing 21st place and 68 laps down in LMP2. I feel like, that part of the Academy Awards where they announced the people who've died during the year. It's sort of what that just felt like. Not to minimize dying versus retiring from a race, but bring out your dead. Where's the gong? Monty Python. Okay.
It's one of those things you don't really want to highlight stuff like that. Obviously, being a big long race, it's unfortunate to see guys having to retire the car and unable to race anymore when there's still so much time left to play.
Yep. Well, they
obviously,
gotta know when to show them, gotta know when to fold them. Kenny Rogers said, the gambler,
and
when to hold and fold and this and that. Yeah.
It all comes down to team decision. Obviously, there's they have the choice, and it's their decision to pull out. Obviously, as owners, series organisers, we respect that decision.
Yep. Sometimes it's better to just come back and race another day.
Yeah. It's not like it's not matter too much. It doesn't mean they can't win the series or how much. There's still another 4 races to
Or
play.
win another race anyway. Yeah, that's right.
There's still potential, and I'm guessing those teams will go away and start knocking heads together and start practicing for the round 2 at Barcelona.
That's right.
So they can come back stronger and hopefully dominate in there, in the right ways, obviously.
Yep.
Obviously, a little forward thinking to Barcelona. It's a 12-hour race with a bit of nighttime driving. So it'll be interesting to see what type of strategies teams go with going into that race. But
yep.
Hopefully, we'll have a lot to talk about for the 12 hours of Barcelona coming up in January, as I believe.
No, is it time for the adverts yet? I'm just wondering whether the time has come up for that. I don't know what Tom's up to, but we should think about making sure that we running our sponsors.
Yep, we are a little bit over, but we are going to try and get Tom to run one then, as it is time for a word from our sponsors.
Yep, so we're going to go silent here on the broadcast for about 5 minutes and let you enjoy the play-by-play as you see it on the screen. Thanks, guys.
Everybody has places to go, but not everyone has a way to get there. What if there were an easy way to get everybody where they need to be? What if there were one resource for all of the transportation needs in our community? What if we could move up to a better way to get people where they need to be? Welcome to a better way of getting around. With Move Up, all of your transportation options are in the palm of your hand with a mobile app that allows you to get where you want to go. Okay, there are lots of options for getting a ride, but this ride service is special because it offers answers to the collective needs of our community. Who needs a ride? Going to the airport or train station? Done. Need a lift to get some groceries, go to the bank or post office? Done. Need non-emergency medical transport to your doctor's appointment? Done. Need a ride for your child? Done. What if you want to take your dog or your bike with you? Done. You get the idea. But how does it work? There are basically 3 types of riders: regular folks with no special needs, children and adults who need assistance, people who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation. The people with no special needs can use Move Up just like they would a cab or a service like Uber or Lyft. Why choose Move Up? Because participation in the program helps support the overall community by keeping the drivers busy so the network can grow. Children and adults who need assistance can choose among the drivers who have been carefully screened to be able to handle non-emergency medical transport, assist with the elderly and handicapped, and to transport children with their parents' permission. People who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation can enroll in one of the community programs that will pay for their ride. The driver gets paid just like with any other passenger. We can all move up to the next generation of ride-hailing and transportation if we all get involved. To learn how you can become a part of the solution, join MoveUpLynchburg.org today.
Move Up is a local delivery management app that is completely free for you to use. It lets you choose your drivers, whether your own employees or others in the community. It lets you and your drivers decide on rates that are best for your customers, and those customers don't even have to download the app. Move Up is easy to use. When a customer places their order and requests delivery, you enter the delivery information into your online system, and the system alerts drivers of their delivery order. You can track the complete status at a glance, and so can the customer. Move Up's processing system is designed to protect you from liability and to minimize transaction fees. All of the money stays local. You keep all of the money from your sale, and the driver keeps all of the money from the delivery. It's easy to set up. In fact, you can be delivering the next day. Move Up is the no commission connection to your customers. Find out more on our website.
What if I come home and no one's through my front door? What if I come home and there's a mess everywhere? What if I come home and tears flood the floor?
No one understands the struggle and stress I shoulder. No one understands that I have the trials of someone much older.
No one understands why my homework's late, why my mascara's smudged, or why I'm not perfect.
No one understands why I can't have guests, why I miss school, or why I look like I need a rest.
No one likes a kid who's always behind. Nobody gets the effort needed to keep up. They mock and scorn with ignorance in their minds.
Everyone looks down on me. They think I'm quite odd. But in fairness, me crying is all they see.
But everyone really should look up to me. Having responsibilities bigger than imagined, not knowing my cared one is my priority.
Patience. If you give me the chance to say, patience is all I crave, and you'll come to understand that my pain is every day.
It's not my fault that I am left out of the group and that I always worry. No one knows the struggle and stress that we all carry.
The Swindon Carers Centre, we're here to support young carers to carry the weight of their caring role.
is there for us to speak to. Someone understands what we all go through. To everyone at Swindon Carers, thank you.
giving you a bit of time with the stream so we can see things. We have also hooked up Reggie Robertson for an interview, so we're going to bring him in. And Reggie, how are you doing on this fine evening?
I'm doing pretty good, Tom. You?
Going very good. Watching this race actually. Just obviously more questions on the interview side. How are you finding traffic in the LMP1, of course? Coming across the slower cars and coming out of turns where you've been hindered quite a lot, obviously being a fast car coming up behind a slower car. How are you finding that?
Yeah, so traffic's been pretty tough. Just even 1 or 2 cars will slow the LMP1s down by a significant amount if they're found in the right spot. More specifically, Porsche curves, Corvette curves. Those are our 2 biggest weaknesses. Throughout the chicanes in Mulsanne, chicane 1, chicane 2, we don't really struggle that much, although we are losing a bit of time due to corner speed. But like I said, not a significant amount like we are in the high-speed sections.
Question, Colin?
Yeah, sure, Reggie. I mean, the race has obviously gone pretty well for you guys so far. Can you comment a little bit on how it's been so far? Obviously, right now you're a lap up on everybody, but for a little early in the race, it wasn't that way.
Yeah. So Craig is in the currently the driver right now that we have in the car. Craig's doing a good job of keeping the car together for us and working as a team. Although he's blinking right now, so I'm a little worried. But sorry about the dogs in the background. They're going to be. Hang on 1 minute.
No worry about it.
Just having IRL technical issues with.
Yeah, that's right.
Pets in the background.
So I'm back. A little bit of German to him. Never mind.
It's all right. We'll just ignore them. It's not that bad.
Okay, all right. Sorry. So,
yeah, no worries.
So Craig's doing a good job of keeping the car together, keeping it safe, which he's keeping good pace. So we're able to build him a gap between myself and Alexander Davidson, and then we've got Connor Crichton going to hop in the car later. So as a team, we've been able to really work together and kind of control our pace of get ahead and then swap out for a rest and come back. I do want to add to the traffic. We have dealt with a few issues here and there of the occasional GTE moving or the occasional LMP1, LMP2 moving. And so that's thrown off the game a little bit. But so far we've been really lucky with I think we've only had 1 punt. I don't even know that it got reported, but we chatted it out in some PMs and all was well.
Right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Thomas.
I was going to say, with the cooler conditions here, obviously going into nighttime, and obviously you've done a bit of a night stint yourself. How's the car feeling as the track cools down, and are you feeling more pace coming into the car? Obviously, I know yourself didn't set the fastest lap, but I know looking at your lap times.
I think Alex currently has the fastest lap time of a 3:12.6.
Yes, currently Alex has your fastest lap time of 3:12.6. But you're not far behind him with laps.
No, I'm able to pull some low 13s, mid 13s, which has been really helpful. I feel I'm consistent more than I am raw pace, so we're work together with the traffic. But as far as our setup goes, the setup was built and designed for the nighttime, actually for the nighttime LeMans, whenever it was here a few weeks ago. And so the setup really performs well here, and then we just make our own adjustments in terms of driving style during the warmer conditions. Currently track time's down around 19, the track temperature is down around 19 Celsius. And sorry, I just got distracted. We actually just had a big off. Talk to that in a little bit, but car's been feeling good in terms of setup wise, and like I said, whenever the track temp was higher at 47 Celsius, then we were able to just roll in and sorry, still distracted.
Yeah,
we
it's
were able to roll in some
unfortunately,
good laps.
I saw the off too. I'm sure it's very distracting. You know, I could see Craig coming around the corner with a, you know, looked like an LMP2 and a GTE, both trying to negotiate each other already half wide. And oh no, he's gotten now punted by somebody going
so
slow near the pit entrance.
Yeah,
Oof.
so that advantage we were talking about, just like that 24-hour race, and it can go away. So we'll have to see how long we have our damage for. It looks like we have an unsafe pit entrance as well to tap onto that. So we're going to hold for 40 while we do all the fun stuff. We'll call it a good day. But
Never know what's going to happen here, buddy. Sorry about that.
Exactly. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It could end on the last race for us, and somebody pick up the victory. So, you know, honestly, the only thing that I want to say before I hop off here is this is not really a race against other drivers. It is to an extent, but this is a race versus the track, versus yourself, and keeping it together for 24 hours. And there's to be mistakes by everybody. We've seen most notably MJR, Garage 69, and Suga have some incidents, as well as Exiled has retired. It's been unfortunate for them, and so far we've been consistent up until this little incident. Looks like you lost the rear while braking for some lap traffic. So, and as well, good job on the commentating, guys. You've been following along for a little bit, but I'm not letting the car, and hopefully we can work through and make it happen.
All right, Reggie, good luck with the rest of the race. I hope this doesn't set you guys back too far. Everyone else will be, you know, excited to get back in it. Maybe it'll be a race now, you know.
Yep.
Fun. Could be fun.
I agree. I hope it is a race. That's what we've always wanted. Nobody wants to win off a minute. And I don't want to win by somebody crashing either. So I want it to come down to the line and give the spectators what they want to see. Instead of just, you know, running away. So, looking like this is going to check us just a little bit. We'll have to see how it goes. Check it from there.
Alrighty, well, we'll keep an eye on you and see how much damage and how much time you guys have to sink in this repair. But wish you the best.
Take care, guys.
Thank you, Reggie.
See you.
The big comment made by Reggie. This isn't a race against the drivers. This is a race against yourself. I do like that. It's 24 hours. The more you can keep the car clean, as we've said multiple times, and stay out of incidents, you're going to prevail in the end. Obviously, right as we're talking about it, obviously there's a big incident for the Freedom Maple Syrup team having a bit of a spin behind traffic, and then also getting caught up with another car. Unfortunately for them, but we'll see when it comes to the end. We've still obviously got another 14 hours of racing to go, as we're about to hit the 10-hour mark. Very, very soon here. But yeah, 14 hours, so still plenty of time for that Freedom Maple Syrup car to get back in the race and hopefully come out on top and get a good position.
Yep, it's a tough break for them. Talk about commentators cursed to the max. Just the worst possible timing to come up against, you know, another car. The car laps down. Apex Racing has bumped into them. I'm sure they were not expecting an LMP1 to be going quite as slowly there in that spot. Craig from Freedom was still, I think, gathering it up after the previous incident, and that just shows the way it can be. Composure is a strange thing, and you know you can lose it quickly when things go wrong, and that's another big test. You know, when Reggie said it, you know, you're racing against yourself. That's one of the things that is, you know, a personal attribute or contribution, should we say, is that, you know, keeping your composure. Can you keep your composure when things go a little wrong?
Yeah, I do think being able to keep composure is a key thing for the race. If you can drive the full 24, well, as a team, if you can drive the 24 hours and stay composed and stay clean, you are, as we keep saying, going to prevail pretty well in the race. And it'd be interesting to see, even with the incident, unsure obviously if it's being seen on stream, obviously with the issues we are having, but be interesting to see if this incident really does set them back behind Fuga, or if potentially they can keep that position and maybe still come away with the win for this race.
It's possible. I mean, it's going to depend how much they can get repaired too. I mean, looking at that car as it was in the pits, I mean, the rear end has all been up, the front nose, the nose piece is gone. It's going to be, I believe, a fairly significant repair. That said, the laps here are so long that they may come out. Certainly, I hope they come out in a competitive position. That's
and just to add to it, they have come out of the pits. They have done a driver swap. Obviously, Craig King was in the car. We can now see Alex Davidson. He's now in the car for that Freedom Maple Syrup team. And they are back out. They're coming through Indianapolis right this second. And it'd be interesting to see, we'll give them another lap obviously, to see what the pace is if they're still able to set the quick times and whether they've got all the repairs done.
Yeah, the car's looking pretty straight right now as I take a look at it in my live feed. Now I can see the number 2 car of Fuga Sim Sports, the second place car, is less than 40 seconds back. Certainly a huge sort of chance for a recovery for those guys. Give them sort of a new sense of hope. We'll see how this plays out over the next few minutes. On another note, we still got Indy Autosport White in 3rd. Next Level Racing is in 4th. Entering here is in 5th. MJR is up to 6th with Garage 69 now, 9 laps down and running 7th. They must have experienced perhaps some more bad luck.
Yeah, and moving on to the other classes in the race today, and give me my Fishback Racing still up in the lead of the LMP2s, but quite quickly being hammered from behind of Leo Racing Team in P2, currently 3 seconds behind the leader of that class. So it'd be interesting if we could get that on stream and show you that little battle.
Yeah, that's a very interesting set of circumstances, because Leo was 5th a minute or 2 ago, I thought. So definitely they've been pounding away and have really made some strides. Perhaps something that's befallen the Aquiver Motorsports team. See if I can get any idea on that.
Yeah, unfortunately for those guys, we do only have the 2 cars on the lead lap of the LMP2 class. The Aquiver Motorsports team are currently in 3rd place, 1 lap down from Give Me My Fishback Racing. So it would be interesting to find out what has happened to those guys, and maybe even potentially get a word from them and see what they say.
Yep.
We'll see if we can potentially do something there. But moving down into the GTEs, Team Bushfink, as we're numerous to say, up at the top at the moment. The top 3 are the only cars on the lead lap. So obviously Team Bushfink currently in P1 with a nice handy 40-second gap to P2 in the likes of Junko's Racing Esports, and then another 31 seconds back to the P3 car of Porsche Sport, and then from then on N-Race Esports in 4th, 1 lap down from the P1 of Team Bushfink. So looking through the GTEs, we do have Hexa Racing Team Purple, currently 6.7 seconds behind the car in 5th position of Ronin Simsport. So that could be a dicey battle that comes up at some point. Seeing if those guys can potentially make some time back and maybe bring that lap back in the race and maybe get back onto the lead lap. It'd be very interesting to see. And looking down the list, Century Sim Racing, who were doing pretty well at one point, currently 2 laps down from P1, and unfortunately a couple of other teams doing quite badly. Quality Control down in, what's that, 14th position in GT class, 5 laps down, unfortunately for them.
Yeah, that's right. Thomas, a lot of things going on. I think drivers getting fatigued, teams are getting fatigued. Guys have had several stints. It's all starting to blur together. I'm just watching the feed and seeing some issues with Equiver Racing again having a spin. Unfortunately, they were right behind the class leader, having been lapped, and seemed to lock up on their own, have a little spin. Sorry to see that for those guys. It's just a tough race all around. At this point, you have to start to grit your teeth and get through it. Yep. So I'm going to step aside for 2 minutes. Just need a quick bio. I'll be back in a short moment.
Looks like you're in my hands, guys. Just checking through a few things. As you say, Martin, yeah, must have for freedom. Sounds like you could hear it in Reggie's voice, obviously, during the interview. He seemed a little bit downhearted by the situation, but as he said himself, it's a little setback. Maybe they can come back from it. And I'm actually going to go and check how their lap times are doing currently. The last lap time for Alex Davidson currently in the car is a 3:16.2. So looking at that lap time, they're pretty much still on the pace. As I said, they have got a nighttime car, so it would be nice to see them get a bit more pace in the car like they have been. Alex has been probably their most consistently fast driver, setting 3:15.16s as their average, so he's not far off the usual pace. So it's nice to see, even after the incident, that they're still doing pretty well, which is alright for them. Unlucky for Craig, obviously, as we were speaking to Craig earlier on the broadcasting interview, he knows he's not the fastest driver within that team, but he's doing his best and he's trying his hardest to make sure he keeps it clean, and obviously just a little mistake there for them. And we see the DHR team AM car. I'll be a little bit behind saying this, but on the broadcast at least, seeing the guys going off into the... Didn't quite catch what that was, if they got put there or if something happened to those guys. I'm gonna go and quickly have a check and see what happened to those guys. Coming into the Ford chicanes, a little bit fast next. So they got a little bit of help there, but originally they're on me. I'll leave it down to race control and see what they say, but I'm not going to make any comments about that incident. Ending up in the wall for that DHR teammate AM car. Currently down in 16th on the class in class, 6 laps down. So not going well for those guys, but still within contention. They're not out of it. Obviously, they've still got a lot of time to race. Just under 14 hours now. So we could still see them make a late charge and climb halfway back through the field and maybe get a top 10. We'll have to keep track of their progress and see how they do. Yeah, a lot of the gear. It's almost a boring time for us commentators. A lot of the drivers are just setting laps, running around the track very safely, which is obviously what we want in a long race like this, but it does sometimes mean we have nothing to talk about. I don't know about you, Colin, but I'm really lost on what to say right now.
Well, we'll find something. Let's look again at what's going on in our 3 classes. Really steady in the GTE class right now in the top 5. Bushvink Racing still out front. Right now, coming through the Porsche curves. Actually, no, I was on delay a little bit. Looks like they're coming down too. I'll figure out what part of the track. One of the chicanes along the Mulsanne. Juncos Racing looks like they're also at one of the chicanes, so really not that far back. They're actually running. Ooh, they're showing second now. Just now, maybe there's been a pit stop. Yep, they're looking to be. Yeah, they're about. Well, they're 11 seconds behind. In race esports on the track right now, Juncos is, so they must have just pitted. And Porsche Sport has Paul Riga in the car. And he's running through the looks like the Ford curves, running up to the Ford chicanes, Corvette curves, right? They call that. Yep.
Yeah.
Running up to the front of the. He's running up to the beginning of the lap here. He's shown in third on my screen. With Juncos Racing shown in now shown in third. So things are changing moment to moment. It looks like Juncos may be on their outlap from a pit stop, which would explain everything. And so again, things remain the same over there in GTE. I should have followed my first instinct.
Let's run through who's in the car, obviously, for each of the top 5 in class right now. So I'll say, as you've just been doing GTR, I'll move to LMP1s. So I'll say Freedom Maple Syrup up in P1 currently. We've got Alex Davidson in the car. Fuga Sim Sport. We currently have Pierre Benotio. My names are very bad. Pierre Lemire for Fuga Sim Sport. Don't quote me on how to say your name. Sorry about that. But for third place in LMP1 Indy Auto Sport White, who have currently got Drew Becker in the car. P4 currently have Next Level Racing, who currently have Elias De Vries in the car. And in P5 we have Enstamia with John Seinfeld Pope, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Feel free to correct me anytime. Just a quick move on to the LMP2's top 5. You got Give Me My Fishback Racing here, who are currently fielding in the car right this second. Adam State, we have Leo Racing Team behind them in a P2 with Marco Marazio in the car. We have Aquivia Motorsport in P3 with Matthias Janssen. Team Bushfink in P4, who are currently fielding in their car, if I can find it, which I had it up a second ago. Antonio Blancas in the car. And in P5 we have the TC Course car, which has currently got Hibiki Yamashichi, I don't know, Hibiki in the car. I don't want to be rude and say the name wrong.
It's all right. It's all right. It's a challenge. Good job. We went through everybody here on the lead lap, and an interesting. Ibiki's only 6 seconds or 8 seconds ahead of the next car, 6th place in class, Turn 1 Pro, who have been clawing their way back, I believe, for some time. Right now, they've got Sebastian Samidao in the car, and they are running. Their last lap was a 3:32. TC Corsa with Hibiki in the car, Hibiki Yamashita, a 3:29.77. So they got a better lap in that time. That's actually quite a good time. Only a couple tenths off of their fastest lap for TC Corsa. So very excited to see them doing well right now. The mystery for me is how did Leo Racing get up into second place? Because they seem to be a bit further back, but maybe we can find out from them what happened. Let me see if I can ping them and see if anybody's around for an interview. We'll carry on watching the race.
It'd be good to see from those guys if they've got anyone who is happy to come in and give us a little brief overview of how their race is going and how they've managed to pull off under the radar getting into P2.
Yeah, they're all Italians. I'm not sure any English. We'll see.
Just have to wait and see on that one. But yeah, all the teams doing very well as far as our eyes can tell. I'm not seeing anything in particular kicking off. No like big fights yet, which is something obviously we would like to see. The one thing I am noticing, the next level racing team are 5.5 seconds behind P4 of enter name here. Both of them currently 4 laps down from the P1 car of Freedom Maple Syrup. So it'd be fairly interesting to see them get onto the tail of those guys and maybe launch an attack for a position there. We'll just have to wait and see what their strategy is and see if they try playing it off. Other than that, a lot of the field, the only other really battle on or battles on track we can see is the Turn 1 Pro Divers, 7 seconds behind the TC course car. Both of them 1 lap down, and that's a fight for P6 and P5. And we do also have both a lap down. We have the N-Race Esports team 3 seconds behind the Hexa Racing Team Purple. So they've been a bit of a dark horse here. Not being mentioned too much as far as I'm aware in terms of getting in the fights. But I believe, Colin, you have maybe rounded someone up for an interview.
Looks like we did.
Yep, coming from
great.
the Leo Racing team. Is it?
Let me just go in and check.
Oh, this is Martin Fruin, I believe, from Junko's Esports. So as Colin jumps in to find out if he's maybe open for a little interview, we'll appreciate the sound of the cars beforehand, and I will shut up for a hot minute so you guys can listen to these guys. Engines flying by.
Hello guys, we have Martin from Team Junkos joining us now. We're very excited to have Junkos in the race. We're aware of your you guys, the Junkos team overall in real life, and they're making credits, and we're excited to have you guys in the race. You want to give us a quick rundown on how your race has been going so far?
Yes, first of all, hello to everyone. Thank you for organizing this amazing event. We are really pleased to be able to compete with you and everyone that's racing here today. Our race started a little bit back. We qualified, I guess, 3:19, but the car worked really well, and my teammates have done a big effort to keep a competitive pace that led us to be currently P2 or P3, fighting for the P2 with the Porsche Sport team. We are on different strategies, but the fight is still going. So will be it for now. Being a tough race in terms of traffic management, but we have avoided some issues or crashes that allow us to keep on racing so far.
That's great. Is the car still with no damage overall?
The car is a little bit punted. We have a problem with LMP2, I guess, that spun in front of us and hit our right door. But the car is still going strong. We are not losing any top speed, and the setup is working perfectly. So we guess it's okay right now.
Well, that's fantastic. I mean, we see you guys up in third right now. You're in relatively good contact, I guess, with the next car up the road, which is Porsche Sport, only 30 seconds back, and then another 30 seconds behind you guys. I see another competitor, Ronin SimSport. Yeah, it's a long race, and a lot of things can still happen.
Yeah, that's the magic of the race. You don't know until it's over, so we have to keep our head down and keep working to the end of the race.
Absolutely. May I ask you about your racing background? Is your experience mostly in sim racing, or you also have some real racing experience?
No, I'm a sim racer for about 8 years now. I started to compete 2 years ago with the Roar Simport team that eventually became a part of Funko Racing. Now we are racing under the name of Funko. But no much experience, real experience besides some rental cars here in Argentina. Anyway, we have several drivers with racing background. For example, Máximo Tefenon, it's a sub-champion of karting here in Argentina. Juan Cruz de Palma is from a family of very famous drivers and winners in the top categories of motorsports here in Argentina, such as TC and TC2000. Gregorio Dorso has also a serious background running in lower series, but he's a really good driver. And the driver that's driving now, Ezequiel Monteiro, also has raced in some categories too. So everyone beside me and Bruno, I have experience in the real world.
Well, that's exciting. That's very exciting. So it's really fun for me to see sort of the way that the real life racing world has come together with the sim racing world in the recent year, probably due to the pandemic and everything. You know, it's been very exciting.
Yeah, 2020 was a real great opportunity to us because we started with this project this year because of the pandemic. And it's really interesting to work with drivers who have experience in real cars, to analyze data, telemetry. I'm very grateful to be a part of the team because every day I'm learning something new, something that helped me grow as a team racer. So it's really interesting to see how the lines are starting to get a little bit blurrier than it were before. But anyway, real life and sim racing still have some major difference. But it's really exciting to be able to compete and compare yourself to real racing drivers.
Yeah. I agree. Well, it's exciting for us to have you guys on the track also. I mean, one of the greatest racing drivers of all time is Juan Manuel Fangio, obviously Argentinian. So I must say, I wonder, is he still as well known and renowned in Argentina today as he was in the past?
Yes, Fangio is an Argentinian icon, such as Maradona is on soccer or football. Fangio is the number one of driving, and it's a name that I think will stay as an icon for very much longer time. We really love Fangio.
Yeah, we do too. I mean, his stories of his they're fading into the history now, but back then there was safety for drivers was not known, and he was a very brave and amazing driver, of course.
Yes. He was quite an excellent driver behind the wheel, but also he was a great mechanic, so he knew how to set up his car and understand what it was doing. And it was crazy to think that the safety standards that they used to drive in those times to get the
Yeah.
most out of a car with those characteristics in that time, I can imagine it.
All right. Well, Martin, thank you so much for giving us so much of your time. I don't know, Thomas, if you have any questions for Martin?
Yep. I just have just the one quick question. Just leading up to the race, I know we've obviously had FP1, FP2, and FP3. How much of these sessions have you participated in? And being in the sim racing community, how many other sessions have you been a part of? And just a rough estimate, how many hours, as a genuine guest, have you put into practice for a race such as this monstrosity or challenge of 24 hours?
In order to prepare this particular race, you mean?
Yeah, so how have you prepared? How much time have you dedicated to preparing for this sort of event?
We started working on the car setup around, I guess, 3 weeks ago, when we were starting to try to participate in the tournament, to get involved. Before we even got the confirmation that we were a part of this race, we were already practicing and testing. And then the last 2 weeks were full on working toward the race. I guess we every day we have around 3 or 4 hours each driver preparing the race in different tests. As which it could be FP1, FP2, FP3. Also, a lot of drivers and teams here were very helpful setting up some rooms where we could also test with them, and it was a big help because we aren't able to create that much testing room. So I guess we took all the chances we had to test, and we around 4 hours a day the last 2 weeks working full on to this race.
All right, thank you. That's all from me. I don't know if you've got any more, Colin, or...
No, I want to just thank you, Martin, for joining us for this time, and hearing from Juncos Racing is a treat for me. So and for Thomas, so and all of our viewers, I'm sure. Thank you.
All right, guys. Thank you for organizing this event. We're having a blast, and I'm sorry about my rusty pronunciation. It's a little bit complicated for me to tackle English at this speed, but well, we try our best. So thank you very much. It's been a pleasure talking to you guys, and I leave you continue the broadcasting. And greetings to all the other drivers and team participants today, and the viewers, of course.
Indeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, that was super exciting for me. As a racing junkie, part of an interview with Juncos Racing Esports, just another sort of one pinch me moments that we have at this year in sim racing as the lines get blurred, as Martin said, between real life and sim racing. Juncos Racing being a professional IRL team, or in real life team, competing in IndyCar, Indy Lights for a long time, as well as IMSA and other categories. They've started this esports team this year, and as Martin pointed out, that that opportunity came because of the pandemic, and the increased focus on esports, and everybody wants to have now a piece of this game. And I'm really excited to see V.E.C, positioned as a venue for these teams to duke it out, and race.
Yeah, and we're happy. We love seeing guys like this just competing at the top of the game. And not to quote him in any way he was saying, but 4 hours a day, solid for the last 2 weeks before leading up to the race. Now, my maths are correct, or if my maths are correct, that's 56 hours, Colin, that they've put in leading up to this race.
No, I mean, it
At
points
least.
out the top teams how much time you have to spend preparing so that you can do consistent laps. You know, as you race an event like this, it gets intense. Both in you know, there's moments of head-to-head racing, but also just the endurance factor of it. You know, you want the laps and running the laps at this track to become part of your instincts and your DNA, so that you can continue to run laps even as your body is kind of falling asleep.
It would have been interesting to see from them how much they feel in the night time. Do they run on, or maybe we can ask another team that, but when they're in the nighttime racing such as now, how much do they feel? Are they running on instincts or muscle memory as such, or are they able to see the track enough that they can race normally off the track visuals? It would be quite interesting to get from any drivers before we finish off, before the night stint of driving for the broadcast on our side, for broadcasters I should say. Should end in roughly about 20 minutes, unfortunately. But we'll try and see if we can get one of those potentially good for you guys.
Yeah, either this time or maybe when they're even more tired, when the stream kicks up again. You know, in roughly, is it 6 hours? I'm not sure, but you know, it's been really exciting being here with everybody for this time. I really have enjoyed talking racing with you, Thomas, and talking Le Mans, and you know, we've had a grand time.
Yeah, and I've had a thrill, obviously, doing this for the first time. Felt nervous coming into it, but yeah, you've kept me nice and company to partnered up.
Well, I hardly have a wealth of experience either, but you know, we both share the passion for racing, and as long as we keep it on topic, that kind of gets us through, I think. Yeah.
I think here at V.E.C we're lucky enough to have the team we have, to have enough people to be able to run the race stewarding and a broadcast with broadcasters, so you guys can get a bit of commentary and insights to what we see that you guys might not. And obviously with this race has come a lot of instances, such as said, moments where we've not been able to sort the broadcast out, and we've had to describe a lot of incidents and tell you about a lot of things that have happened.
Yes, it's unfortunate that piece. We can only get better at it. We'll be looking into, you know, what's the best way to do it. Maybe trying to get a few tips from what everyone else is doing out there. You know, how are others able to deal with some of the problems? I'm sure, you know, we thought, again, as Tom Binloss, I'll get the right last name eventually. Tom Binloss was saying when he was on the broadcast earlier, you know, we tested everything going up to the race. It's not like we just winging it here, but it just, you know, under combat conditions, things don't always work the way they tested, and that's what's happened here. So you know, it is what it is, and we'll take our lumps and learn from it. It's certainly suboptimal to, you know, have no control over what the camera is showing on the stream, but we're trying to bring you the excitement of the race. We'll bring some interviews with updates on what's happening with different people. I think that's been the most exciting part of it for me so far.
Yeah, and just looking at teams up there, so we've still got in GT, still looking very similar. I'm just noticing in the GTE, the top 4 in the whole class are led by Porsches right now. First, second, third, and fourth of Team
you're right.
Porsche Sport, Juncos, and Ronin Sim Sport.
Yeah, it looks like our friends in Leo have fallen back a bit. Also in the LMP2, they had been second place, and they're now back to fourth. So, but yeah, the Porsche thing is interesting because we had you know, we had the driver in here from I forget which team, but since we've heard from the top 3 teams already, you know, that the Porsche was, you know, only able to go 14 laps, and the other cars are able to go 15 on a typical stint. and so they considered it to be a bit of a disadvantage to be in the Porsche. It seems like that worry is a little bit misfounded, at least as far as the standings right now.
Yeah, I would say it's been dominated by Porsches in the standings right now, but I think I don't want to put everything onto the Porsche car. It's a good car. I feel the teams are playing a different strategy and keeping things clean.
That's right. It's not just about outright pace, as we've heard many people say. You're trying to just keep it clean for as long as you can.
It'd definitely be interesting to see if the top 4 of that GTE class definitely can keep it the way it is with having Porsche running 1, 2, 3, and 4. Obviously, none of the teams are connected in any way. They just happen to be running the same car by chance. But yeah, definitely goes down to the speculation we was talking about earlier here, Colin, of which GTE car would suit this sort of track. And clearly, at the moment, of the Porsche's the one that's on top.
Yeah, indeed. Also fun to see is the popularity of the Corvette. I mean, the Corvette had the new C8 just came out with the last season's release, and obviously a lot of people have jumped into it. If I'm counting 10, 11, 12 Corvettes out of basically 24. Half the field here in the GTE is Corvettes. Will that be the same thing in the next season in 2021? Only time will tell.
And it comes down to the same with LMP2s as well. We've got a lot of LMP2s in the field, and that's obviously a new car coming to the simulator of iRacing very recently. And
right, if it was the HPD still in that class right now, I'm pretty sure we wouldn't have more we do now.
I feel we'd have a very similar number to the LMP ones, maybe a little bit more.
Right. Yeah, the car's a little simpler to drive for those not in the know. The LMP2 class does not share the active boost system that the LMP1 has. In the LMP1, the cars regenerate extra power via braking or straight line speed, depending on which brand it is or mark it is, and they convert that to energy that they can then use to boost the speed of the car. That doesn't exist for LMP2, roughly. So
at least not through a button that the driver can deploy themselves and use to their advantage, obviously.
Right, the speed up button, basically.
But yeah, and obviously as we was coming down to earlier when we was talking about the LMP ones, the way in which the Porsche and the Audi regen their boost, in the Audi being very more better at regenning boost when braking into corners, more so over the Porsche, but the Porsche able to regen while going in a straight line and boosting at the same time. So it's a constant regeneration process, but not as strong as a regeneration.
Right.
So it raises a lot of speculations as what car comes as the faster car. And looking at the top of the field right now, obviously the Audis R18 LMP1s are dominant in the likes of Freedom, Maple, Slip and Fuga. It would be interesting to see if maybe Indy Autosport White, currently in that 3rd position, maybe launch an attack and maybe breaking up the 2 Audis and getting in between them to maybe break up that 1-2 for the Audi R18 team or the Audi R18 car.
Yeah. So interestingly enough, I want to call out in the LMP2 class also we've got Equiver Motorsports back up to the 2nd position. Maybe we misinterpreted some things based on the pit cycles that were happening or not happening in terms of actual setbacks for them, but they seem to be back in 2nd. I was probably wrong if I thought that they had an issue, but really excited to see that overall for them.
On a big note for that LMP2 field as well, though. So not only are Equaver and Leo Racing now swapped around position, but the Give Me My Fishback Racing are currently 1 lap ahead of P2 Equaver Motorsports.
That's what it's telling us. That's right. I wonder if that's the actual gap or what. But
maybe the strategy's a little bit different, as looking down onto when they last pitted, Give Me My Fishback last pitted on lap 166, Quaver 1721. And the Leo Racing team on 169. So there's not actually too much of a difference. I wonder if this is outright pace coming from Giving My Fish Back Racing, just brought them up into this point in the field.
Yeah, I mean, they've been running out front a long time, building up a lot of confidence, doing a great job as far as we can see. How far ahead are they? We can maybe make some on-track guesses as I look at Quiver Motorsports is approaching the final chicanes. Let me take a look at where where the other guys are. Give Me My Fish Back is also going. It's going through the Dunlop, going under the Dunlop Bridge, and so if they're truly a lap ahead, they're on their lap 176, and Quiver is starting on lap 175. So it's true. Give Me My Fish Back does truly have a full lap and just a little bit on the second place car, which is impressive at this stage in the race. I'd say.
Yeah, and at this stage in the race, obviously, we're now pushing on the border of nearly halfway around through the race, and yeah, it's fairly impressive to get a lap ahead. Be curious to see if they can keep the pace up and maybe extend that further come the end of the race and maybe still be in P1.
Yeah. I mean, they've got a little buffer now, as we saw with Freedom. As we saw with Freedom Maple, if you can have an error, and when you have that much of a buffer, you can still afford to come in and get some repairs. I mean, a full lap around Le Mans is like 2 laps around any other circuit, if you ask me.
Which is going to prove a change for the drivers when we come to races such as the 24 Hours of Spa, which I believe are coming up on the schedule calendar.
Yeah, I think Barcelona's next, if I'm not mistaken. That's going to be very different, as it's quite a short track and probably not quite as much space for racing. A lot more corners.
Yeah, a lot tighter corners and not as long straights, obviously. Maybe about a similar width on the track, maybe, but obviously it's going to display a lot more of a driving.
Yeah, with the constant set of kind of curves in that track, it's going to certainly be, if drivers are screaming now about everyone paying attention to each other, they're going to be screaming more when that track comes around. So, and I want to point out also, Quiver and Leo Racing are just 15 seconds apart right now, with Quiver having the slight advantage here. But after 10 hours 45 minutes, that is a very tight race, and I think it's exciting.
Yeah, and it proves some very good content as well. Sometimes when the guys are racing as hard as these guys are, and obviously there's a lot on the line in championship points for these guys in winning the big bonus at the end of the season. So it'd be interesting to see if anyone is trying to play the long game strategy and just score some points on the board in terms of the season championship, and hopefully
absolutely. I'm sure they are. Everyone's trying to do the best they can. It's probably early to start thinking about championship. They always say just think one race at a time. I can appreciate that, but you're right. There's some who I'm sure have got their sights on the championship from the beginning.
Yeah, there's always that one or two people who all they look forward to is that season finale and the outcome of that. Which don't take anything away from it. It's good confidence. But sometimes in races like this, confidence can so easily be taken away. In terms of you've got to keep the confidence up for a long time. And obviously for this race here, we've got 24 hours to keep the confidence up for. Obviously a lot of cars seem to be keeping the confidence. Obviously Team Bushfink being up in the P1 or in the top step of the podium are quite high in class for quite some time now, so they're showing quite a lot of the confidence behind the wheel right now as a team.
The top group over there in GTE is certainly it's fairly tight, although Bushfink looks like they might have a bit of an advantage at this point. They look like they're going through the second chicane on the back straight on the Mulsanne, and Porsche Sport is working one lap lower than them and coming into what looks to be the run up to, is this going to be Indianapolis for them, I think. So they're truly almost a lap down. So tough race there compared to the leaders, and then you got Juncos who are, on the Mulsanne as well next to me, coming up to the same spot. They're not that far. They're only 20 seconds back. Yeah, those guys
it's
having
38
a
seconds
tight
between
race.
the two. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's just like the LMP2 field. There's tight racing. Very similar actually. Like the top 3 in LMP2s and the top 3 in GTs are all on the same lap.
Yep.
And everyone else from there on is a lap down.
Right, but then within that area, both the healthy LMP2 field, you've got kind of you got about 14 drivers who are 14 drivers running between between the top 14 drivers running in the top 6 6 laps down, ranging from 0 to 6 laps down. Is what I'm trying to say. So they're all going to have the chance to shift positions over the next 13 hours as everybody everybody continues to race and deals with the setbacks that they may encounter.
Yeah, as he's just introduced himself, I'd like to welcome Josh into the channel for the chat.
Yeah, I accidentally came in the wrong chat.
That's all right. Say hi to everybody out there.
Hey, what's up? I'm back on stream again, I guess, huh?
Yeah, Josh got us through the first 4 hours here. We've been doing the last 7, it is now, I believe, that we've been live here, having a great time. We got 25 people watching us. Could probably fit you all into our broadcast booth, but just consider yourselves part of the family here, and we'll sit around our virtual world here. It's great.
Yeah, as coming around to the final 5 minutes of broadcasters' time before we go dark on the broadcast, and just give you the racing content. I think we'll look through to go through the whole field of each class, maybe.
That's great. Let's start with LMP1. We got Freedom Maple Syrup still out front. We're at for them, we're at 190 laps. 190th lap, 57 seconds back is Fuga Simsport, and then 2 minutes 7 seconds back of that is our third place car, Indy Autosport White.
Yep, and I'll go through the top 5 in the LMP2s. So we've got Giving Fishback Racing here, currently sat in the P1 position, 33 seconds up from the P2. Aquava Motorsports, I should really get a pronunciation, hard to say that. But yes, Aquava Motorsport, I'm going to say for now until I get corrected.
It's fine. I'll let you do it. Let you have it.
Currently in P3 for the LMP2s is the Leo Racing team. Be interested after the night shift to see if they're still in that position and maybe get a little info on how they've got into that position. Currently 14 seconds back behind the Aquava Motorsports team. And in the P4 position, as I just saw, was Team Bushfink, the LMP2 team. Currently having a few little issues here and there, but they're still up with the race, 1 lap down, and still in with a good contention. And in the P5 we have the TC Course Esports team, also 1 lap down, and not far behind the Bushfink team, in front of those. And Colin, move on to the GT.
Yeah, you bet. GTE's, Team Bushfink seems ever present here in our top 5s. They're having a great night if things maintain, right? But they're in first place. Porsche Sport is in second place right now with Paul Riga in the car, and Juncos Racing Esports with Ezekiel Montero. It was really exciting to hear from all 3 of those teams in our interviews today. We've also heard from Give Me My Fish Back, I think, and yes, and Aquava Motorsports. Leo Racing team is an Italian team, so we don't know if they're coming. But sorry guys, I couldn't resist. Probably completely incorrect politically, but I love Italy. I'm just going to say that now because I went there, several years ago for a vacation, and I want to go back and live there because the people and the whole place is so beautiful. It was just wonderful. Yeah, and then our first class team, we've heard from Freedom. I can't remember if we heard from Fuga or Indy Autosport White, but that's okay. We'll work on them for the second half of the broadcast.
And from us on the broadcast team, thank you everyone who's been a part of obviously the first part 1 and part 2, and obviously feel free to stick around to be able to watch the content for part 3, which is the nice thing of just enjoying some cars going by on the track, and you'll be able to see all the action there from the broadcast.
Yep, the stint,
but other than that,
the stream will stay live. Sorry to interrupt if I did. The stream will stay live, so you can enjoy watching and chatting in the chat. And yeah.
Hope you all have a good night, guys.
Everybody has places to go, but not everyone has a way to get there. What if there were an easy way to get everybody where they need to be? What if there were one resource for all of the transportation needs in our community? What if we could move up to a better way to get people where they need to be? Welcome to a better way of getting around. With Move Up, all of your transportation options are in the palm of your hand with a mobile app that allows you to get where you want to go. Okay, there are lots of options for getting a ride, but this ride service is special because it offers answers to the collective needs of our community. Who needs a ride? Going to the airport or train station? Done. Need a lift to get some groceries, go to the bank or post office? Done. Need non-emergency medical transport to your doctor's appointment? Done. Need a ride for your child? Done. What if you want to take your dog or your bike with you? Done. You get the idea. But how does it work? There are basically 3 types of riders: regular folks with no special needs, children and adults who need assistance, people who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation. The people with no special needs can use Move Up just like they would a cab or a service like Uber or Lyft. Why choose Move Up? Because participation in the program helps support the overall community by keeping the drivers busy so the network can grow. Children and adults who need assistance can choose among the drivers who have been carefully screened to be able to handle non-emergency medical transport, assist with the elderly and handicapped, and to transport children with their parents' permission. People who need to get somewhere but can't afford transportation can enroll in one of the community programs that will pay for their ride. The driver gets paid just like with any other passenger. We can all move up to the next generation of ride-hailing and transportation if we all get involved. To learn how you can become a part of the solution, join MoveUpLynchburg.org today.
Move Up is a local delivery management app that is completely free for you to use. It lets you choose your drivers, whether your own employees or others in the community. It lets you and your drivers decide on rates that are best for your customers, and those customers don't even have to download the app. Move Up is easy to use. When a customer places their order and requests delivery, you enter the delivery information into your online system, and the system alerts drivers of their delivery order. You can track the complete status at a glance, and so can the customer. Move Up's processing system is designed to protect you from liability and to minimize transaction fees. All of the money stays local. You keep all of the money from your sale, and the driver keeps all of the money from the delivery. It's easy to set up. In fact, you can be delivering the next day. Move Up is the no commission connection to your customers. Find out more on our website.
What if I come home and no one's through my front door? What if I come home and there's a mess everywhere? What if I come home and tears flood the floor?
No one understands the struggle and stress I shoulder. No one understands that I have the trials of someone much older.
No one understands why my homework's late, why my mascara's smudged, or why I'm not perfect.
No one understands why I can't have guests, why I miss school, or why I look like I need a rest.
No one likes a kid who's always behind. Nobody gets the effort needed to keep up. They mock and scorn with ignorance in their minds.
Everyone looks down on me. They think I'm quite odd. But in fairness, me crying is all they see.
But everyone really should look up to me. Having responsibilities bigger than imagined, not knowing my cared one is my priority.
Patience. If you give me the chance to say, patience is all I crave, and you'll come to understand that my pain is every day.
It's not my fault that I am left out of the group and that I always worry. No one knows the struggle and stress that we all carry.
At Swindon Carers Centre, we're here to support young carers to carry the weight of their caring role.
Someone is there for us to speak to. Someone understands what we all go through. To everyone at Swindon Carers, thank you.